Okay, we're going to open up the public hearing for the House Election Law Committee. We're going to start with CR2 relating to the drawing of district boundaries, providing that no district boundaries shall be drawn in any way that favors or disfavors any political party or candidate. Before we start off, this is school vacation week. There's no votes today. There's 17 bills. So normally we have a 2-minute rule with 5-minute reduction. I'm going to waive that rule, provided we stay on time. If we start getting off of schedule, I'll kick it back on. So I'm basically going to make a judgment call based on how many pink cards we have and where we are on the calendar. So for those of you up here, normally we're here. Normally you get 2 minutes. Today you can go. We've got an hour for these first 2 redistricting bills. So I don't. It's okay if CACR2 bleeds into HB 363 because I imagine the same people are going to want to talk. But anyway, so that's where we're going to be today. Like I said, if we get behind, I'll kick the rule on. If we don't, if we're doing just fine, then we won't. With that, we're going to recognize Representative Howard for the purpose of introduction.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Chair and Honorable Committee members. My name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. And today I'm going to be introducing CACR2. This constitutional amendment is all about the ability, removing the ability to create partisan political maps. Both the Republican and Democratic parties have used gerrymandered political maps to make it easier for them to gain a majority or limit their political opponents. By limiting the use of certain data like voter records, party registration, residency information, or any other proxy of that information during the redistricting process, we remove the politicization of the maps. Politics should be left to the candidates and the people, not data-driven maps which help create predetermined outcomes. Drawing fair maps doesn't just make more competitive elections, but more transparent government and responsive government. The highly partisan districts created by gerrymandering often see lower voter turnout fueled by perceived illegitimacy or diluted representation. These districts also encourage extremism and gridlock through the election of polarizing ideological candidates and the placement of their parties over their constituencies. We need politicians that listen to their constituents first, not extremists being dictated by their party. And by passing CACR2, we can guarantee fairness in the redistricting process, provide more competitive maps, and better representation for the people of New Hampshire. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Are there questions from the committee?
I'll ask.
Representative Lane. I almost called you Connie. My apologies.
It's okay. I've been called a lot worse. So, when are you aware of the redistricting that occurred in 2021?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Were you aware that 74 towns voted warrant articles in favor of this type of a proposition?
I was not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Bob Perry from Stratford. And no proxy today, Mr. Perry. It's good to see you. Mr. Perry, is that written testimony? Yes. Can you put that on the desk in front of us? Thank you. Right up here. Yep. You've been missing for a little. No, right where we are right now. Yeah, we do written testimony there, and then members can grab it on the way out, and that way you don't have the paper madness.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I speak enthusiastically in support of CACR2. I am not an attorney, though I was surrounded by them during my 30 years at the Superior Court, and I saw firsthand the personal commitment of judges to do their best through research. I typed scores of their rulings. I am not a legal researcher either, so any mistakes spoken here are unintentional. My research has allowed me to conclude that a legal pattern has been established on the issue of gerrymandering, that court rulings turn on whether there is a specific prohibition against gerrymandering in the respective state constitutions or alternatively, whether there is specific language requiring neutrality in designing maps. Without such specificity, courts have determined that the issue at hand is non-justiciable. On that point, a New Hampshire judge in Brown v. Secretary of State rejected claims that partisan gerrymandering violated Part 1, Article 11 of the New Hampshire Constitution, indicating that its issue at hand was non-justiciable because, in its opinion, our Constitution does not provide enough specificity to act. The case was dismissed on appeal by the New Hampshire Superior Court in November of 2023. New Hampshire is not alone in that regard. Legislatures nationwide are reacting to these suits by updating their constitutions. And I cite with a link the New Hampshire example below. Florida, New York, and Ohio, their Supreme Courts have ruled favorably on specific constitutional language similar to the language in this CACR, with variations of, quote, may not be drawn to favor or disfavor an incumbent or political party, end quote. The language in CACR 2 puts a finer point on it. It is very specific. No redistricting plan, and it uses the word shall, which has a specific meaning in law. I am confident CACR 2 provides our court with sufficient guidance to prohibit gerrymandering in our state. I have provided other examples on a separate page of the legal pattern that I see has developed, though there are many others. Attached are examples from the states of Alaska, Pennsylvania, and Florida, with the North Carolina example an apparent victim of politics with its initial ruling reversed. At your request, I can provide much more of my detailed research. Amending our Constitution is doable. It is a matter of will. As a living document, it has already been amended 27 times, whether to add or remove content since its inception in 1784. It was amended as recently as 2018 at Part 1, Article 8. I quote from the Pennsylvania court, quote, it is a core principle of our form of government that the voters should choose their representatives, not the other way around, end quote. I urge this body to vote OTP. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions from the committee, Mr. Perry?
I will.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Liz Tantarelli, and then on deck will be David Andrews.
But anyway, here we are. Normally it's about CACRs, primarily because when the question appears on the ballot, often the public doesn't understand the wording. And that's because it must be written in legalese and it's not always clear what is added and what is not. But I have no reservations whatsoever about this particular CACR because the wording is so clear in terms of what we're trying to add to the Constitution. And we know that many people have spoken in favor of this from both parties. My testimony here is addressed both to the CACR and to 36063 when I talk about fair maps and the crucial role that they play in subsequent legislation. Neither bill says the obvious. Whichever party is dominant at the time of redistricting will attempt partisan redistricting to their own advantage. And we've seen it happen in other states. We've seen it here in New Hampshire. No party is above the temptation to make the next election easier for their own candidates. So the graphic that is page 2 of this testimony is from 2022, but it makes the point that the swing is back and forth between, and this is a nationwide statistic, this is not a New Hampshire graphic. It makes this point visually, you know, that partisan attempts swing back and forth. So members of both parties should be concerned about this. It's true that partisan leanings happen almost naturally in some towns, and you move to a town, you suddenly realize you're surrounded by members of one particular party, that town always votes that way. That's a natural phenomenon, and it changes over time often. But it should not be part and should not be considered in redistricting. So my ask here is very simple. Use your ethical standards to say that maps should be fair, do the right thing. Recommend this bill now so that when we get to 2030 for the next redistricting, we'll be able to do it without partisan consideration. And the voters deserve that, but also your party, whichever party it is, deserves that as well. We have no idea which party might be dominant in 2030. And we want to make sure that that process is fair to both parties. I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is
Thank
David
you.
Andrews. And on deck is Marjorie Porter, Honorable Marjorie Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Andrews. I was a data analyst at the Redistricting Data Hub during the 2020 redistricting cycle, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization. I was the lead mapper for the Mapathon project right here in New Hampshire. And now I'm just here as a redistricting nerd. But looking at these maps now that we've had kind of 2 elections on them, I think it's very clear that you can see that there is a partisan bias within these maps. You look at the state Senate, the efficiency gap is around 15%, meaning that the Republican Party win about 15% more districts than they kind of would on a fair map. And it's even worse in the executive council map where the efficiency gap is about 26%. This CACR would help, I think, both in the redistricting process by not allowing, the data to be used to draw the maps, and in the judicial process of reviewing these maps and determining, whether they can set a standard of fair maps or not. And so I strongly testify in favor of this. I think it's important to note a few things in the bill. For instance, it prohibits measures of data to be used in the creation of the map, but not the analyzing of the map, which is important because I think, myself or I'm sure Representative Berry could draw a gerrymandered map just based on our knowledge of voting patterns in the towns. We wouldn't need the data per se to do that. But we could then use the data to analyze the maps and show, efficiency gaps and partisan bias and all the other parameters that are used in judging whether maps are fair in redistricting. Another thing that I think is important to note is the segment that says the residency of the incumbents is important, that it won't take that into account because, I think in the 2020 redistricting process, it was very clear in the Senate, it was spoken openly that they were taking into account incumbents and where they lived into their redistricting process. Senate District 4 is not Senator Waters. Senate District 6 is not Senator Grace. They are the districts. They are the people's districts. They are just in those seats. So we should not be drawing districts to, favor any incumbent or any other potential candidates. So I just wanted to say that I am strongly in favor of the CACR. Let's leave this up to the voters of New Hampshire to decide whether we should have, fair maps or not. I'm happy to take questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. In reading this, the 2 sentences that are added, the second sentence tells you not to use any kind of known data to accomplish the first sentence. So how do we get a district that every time you then go back and look at it to see if it is reasonable measuring the data, you have to throw it out and start over again?
Yeah, so I drew a lot of maps in the 2020 redistricting process as part of the mapathon. And this happened to me. I would use, communities of interest. We decided on using like shared water systems, shared police and fire departments, high school SAUs to try to keep districts together. And so I would use those data. I had like overlapping maps, and I would use that data, and then I would go back at the end of it and I would check to see what the efficiency gap was, what the partisan bias was, so that I wasn't using the data in the mapping process, but I went back and checked. And in one case, I had, unknowingly created a map where it had partisan bias towards one of the parties. And so I was like, oh, right, let's not use that one. And so there's, an infinite amount of possible ways to draw these maps. So you just have to, go through the process, use those communities of interest or whatever is the defining characteristic, and then go back and you can check.
Further question of the committee, Representative Quayle. I don't know why I just blanked on here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned communities of interest.
Mhm.
How is a political party not a community of interest? And why should it be treated differently from any other community of interest?
Well, I think that you can treat it as a community of interest if you want to, but if you were to do that, it would not really be a kind of gerrymander map in the sense that packing and cracking. If you were trying to keep, Republicans together or Democrats together, you could do that, but then it would honestly lead to a fairish map, because in the process of gerrymandering, you need to pack a certain party into some districts and then crack them in other districts so that you have an unfair balance between the two. So if you did treat them as communities of interest, it would naturally come out to be a more fair map.
Yeah, you can follow up, yeah.
So you're saying that political parties as treated as communities of interest could result in a fair map.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
Yeah. Am I correct in reading this amendment that it would, however, prohibit that practice of using a political party as a community of interest for drawing a
It's
map?
it's prohibiting the data to be used for that.
Further questions? I have one. Oh, actually, Representative Newsom, you're good to go.
Thank you. When you say the community of interest could create a fair map, do you mean if it's used consistently for both parties?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? So my question is, you talked about the efficiency gap. What is the efficiency gap on our current congressional maps where 47% of the people have been represented 0% of the time?
I think it's about, so efficiency gap is using unused. So I think it's probably, I'm not sure, honestly. It'd be hard to use efficiency gap on a 2-district map in any way.
Okay. Yep. Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you believe that an elected representative who's affiliated with one party cannot fairly represent individuals who are affiliated or sympathies lie with a different political party?
I would not be able to answer that as.
Further questions, Representative Lane?
I don't have a question, but I understand that the efficiency gap for congressional districts is different than for legislative districts. Federally, you have to have less than 1% for congressional districts, and for legislative districts, it's less than 10%. So federal law requires it to be 50-50 in Congress.
By population.
Yes.
And it's not, we're off topic here, but it's, It's not 1%. It's actually perfectly divisible. You have to get to closest to 0 as possible is actually the standard, which is hard to do in New Hampshire when you can't use census blocks. Anyways, any other questions as we opine and relive the glory days of 2021? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Honorable Marjorie Porter, excuse me. And then on deck is Kaylee Estradio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you can leave the Hun part off of my name next time. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for members of the committee. My name is Marjorie Porter. I live in Hillsborough, and I'm here today representing the delegates of the New Hampshire Together Citizens Assembly, which was held in June. And last time I was here, I gave you an overview of how that process worked, but a short version is we gathered together 50 people from around the state that were demographically the same as the state, and we asked them, they were asked to address the problems of lack of confidence in elections, increasing polarization, and lack of responsiveness of government to the people they represent. And we asked them to find solutions they thought were common ground and everyone could agree with. One of the solutions to the problems of polarization and responsiveness of government was the establishment of an independent redistricting commission to keep that process nonpartisan and fair. 87% of the delegates at that convention supported this solution. We support CACR2 because we believe it is one step toward making redistricting fair and nonpartisan. And yes, I will take questions if you have them.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Linda Bundy and, Kaylee Stradio, and then on deck is Linda Bundy. I got my cards mixed up.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Barry and the rest of the Election Law Committee. My name's Kaylee Stradio. I'm a Durham Voter and Public Policy Fellow with Open Democracy. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit representing 36,000 voters across the state. And our mission to strengthen democracy, specifically through promoting campaign finance reform, fair districting initiatives, and transparent elections. I'm submitting testimony today in support of CACR2. The efficiency gap, which measures the extent of partisan gerrymandering, is nearly 15% for the Senate, 25% for the Executive Council, and 7% for the House. While the House seems lower, certain individual districts reached nearly 50% efficiency gaps in favor of Republicans. These totals, especially for the Senate, were bad enough to warrant the Princeton gerrymandering project to give New Hampshire a letter grade of F. The packing, cracking, and general biases present in redistricting practices have led towns with virtually nothing in common to find themselves in the same districts. This has been the case in Senate District 9, where the towns of Hinsdale and Bedford have found themselves lumped together after redistricting in 2022, despite being 50 miles apart and over an hour and a half drive from one another. Local leaders and residents from both towns said the new district has made no sense, is unfair to Hinsdale residents, and dilutes the voices of people who live in a part of the state where many already feel overlooked. Property values in Hinsdale are also amongst the lowest in the state, while Bedford is among the highest. Article 11 of the New Hampshire Constitution says that, quote, when the population of any town or ward, according to the last federal census, is within a reasonable deviation from the ideal population for one or more representative seats, the town or ward shall have its own district of one or more representative seats, end quote. This issue was raised during the 2022 New Hampshire Supreme Court case of Dover v. Scanlon, because the State House redistricting plan failed to give a representative to Dover Ward 4, despite it exceeding the ideal population and titling it to one. The court saw the issue of partisan gerrymandering as non-justiciable, deferring it to the legislature for remedy. In considering CACR2 today, this committee stands the chance to make bipartisan history through enacting desperately needed redistricting reform. High levels of partisan gerrymandering have also resulted in the current 4-to-1 split in the Executive Council, which does not proportionally represent the true bipartisan makeup of New Hampshire. Additionally, Article 11 of the state constitution requires that, quote, in forming the districts, the boundaries of towns, wards, and unincorporated places shall be preserved and contiguous, end quote. According to the Citizen Mapping Project New Hampshire Mapathon, the current House map contains 62 constitutional violations of this manner. I urge you to consider the importance of integrity in constructing district maps and vote ought to pass on CACR 2 in order to rectify the issue of partisan gerrymandering. And I'll take questions if there are any.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Linda Bundy, and on deck is Olivia Zink, who will be reading a statement by Phil Hatcher. Did I get that right? Oh,
I actually have both Linda and
that's
Phil.
probably why I put those cards next to each other. It's like I planned it like that. and then I
For the
forgot what I did.
record, good morning. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink, Executive Director of Open Democracy, and today I'm just reading for two citizens. So the first is from Linda Bundy of Antrim, who supports CACR 2. The New Hampshire Constitution tasks the House of Representatives, that's all of you, with making apportionment of representatives. Therefore, creating voting districts after each federal census. However, it does not specifically address the redistricting process, resulting in boundaries that favor one party over another. Our executive council and state senate maps are the most erroneous examples of partisanship. By prohibiting district boundaries to be drawn in a way that favors or disfavors any political party or candidate, CACR 2 establishes a process that values fairness over political maneuvering, disallowing partisan data for creating districts, sets a clear standard. Neither party should be able to give themselves any advantage. CACR addresses this. Fair maps will be ensured that every person's vote matters, and she urges you ought to pass on CACR 2. Do you want me to just go directly to Phil?
Fire it off.
Okay. So Phil Hatcher also supports CACR 2. Phil is from Dover. Phil inserting this into the Constitution is a goal for the district maps not to be drawn in a way that favors or disfavors any political party, disregarding concerns of the Supreme Court ruling. I'm just going to summarize some of Phil says a lot, so I urge you to read what Phil writes. Although Phil is urging you ought to pass CACR 2, he has some ideas to make it better. So Phil suggests on line 16 of page 1 that you could remove the word candidates. Candidates are voters, so he believes that the intent of using the information of the party affiliation of candidates is irrelevant there. Phil also asserts that Part 2, Article 11 is one place, but he also recommends that this be also inserted into Article 26 and Article 65, so that it's not just in the House maps, it's in the Senate maps and the Executive Council maps, so that it's in multiple places in the New Hampshire Constitution. And he also says maybe we shouldn't use partisan data for congressional maps either. So he's sort of saying be inclusive of all the maps, not just the House maps. And then he also makes the point, which I think you've heard today, about the Dover case and keeping towns together. And so he has some other language in Article 11 within reasonable deviation from the ideal population. Phil thinks that this could be better said if you insert language of each town or ward having enough inhabitants to the entity or one or more representative seats. So to clarify the legislative intent on that Article 11. And then one more minor issue that Phil has is also in the second sentence of Article 11, requiring each town or ward to be included in a non-flotarial district. Phil thinks that he would recommend the second sentence saying the number of eligible town or wards should be minimized. So he thinks you should use minimization instead of flotarials. So those are Phil's ideas to strengthen this bill, but does support it as it is if there is no amendment. And I have written testimony for both. And then I also just want to add quickly, in the question that Representative Lang asked, Deviation is different than efficiency gap. So deviation is the metric where we measure what the population increases. Efficiency gap is just another tool to measure partisan data, but deviation is a slightly different term of art. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
Are there questions? So this would only apply to the state representative maps? As
The,
written?
the way Phil reads is it is only it's only inserting this into Article 11, and Article 11 is the House maps, is the House of Representative maps. So that's why he's suggesting you also insert it into Article, now I'm looking, I think he said 26 and 65, which are the other maps in the state. So, because the Constitution has different articles for each branch of government.
Okay, and any other questions? So my follow-up would be, what was the efficiency gap for the House map, since this is what it's going after?
I think it depends on each district. Some districts are upwards of 50% and some have lower efficiency gaps. So it depends on, I think there's 207 districts, separate districts. And so it's wildly dependent based on which district you're looking at.
Got it. But isn't it also true that the House map, out of all the maps, the state House map most closely reflected the statewide popular vote?
Correct.
Okay. Guess which one I had the biggest hand in, Representative Lane? It was that one. It was that.
I thought you drew the
For all the
congressional map.
demonizing, the map that I worked the most on was apparently the most fair.
But didn't you draw the congressional map that got vetoed too?
No, not exclusively, unfortunately. I wish I had. To be fair, just my map actually never made it to the governor's desk. My map got overridden in the Senate. Last up is Kaylee Estradio.
Thank you, Chairman Barry. This testimony is on behalf of Leonard Campbell of Meredith, New Hampshire. He also supports CACR2, and he says, honorable representatives, voting is the linchpin of any sound society. Having a just and equitable system ensures that the voting reflects the will of the people. At a time when divisiveness and rancor make legislating more difficult, CACR2 will aspire to a system that does reflect the will of the people is in effect. It will remind us that stranded and tiny pockets of voters are not marginalized. This is a common sense resolution. The only opposition will come from those who perceive a benefit for having lines drawn to support a particular political party. Please support this resolution for the respect for the New Hampshire Constitution. And he inserted a quote. It says, all government of right originates from the people, is founded in consent, and instituted for the general good. Thank you.
Okay. Will you be taking questions? Or you just reading the statement and running?
I'll just read it, Ron.
I respect it. All right. I don't have any more pink cards, and my computer's freezing, which I don't know why it's doing that. Online, it was very lopsided, and I don't know. I apologize for not having it up already. I did already read it for myself, but not for everybody else. Election law, CACR2. Online was 353 in support, 6 opposed, 0 neutral. And with that, we will close the public hearing on CACR2, and we will open the public hearing on House Bill 363, establishing redistricting criteria. And we will recognize our own Representative Lane for the purpose of introduction, who will very kindly get me a pink card. Has one already ready to go. Awesome.
I wasn't fast enough.
All right, Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee. For the record, I'm Representative Connie Lane, Merrimack District 16, which is Ward 2 in Concord. I brought this bill because, many of you know, I keep bringing independent redistricting bills, and they keep failing. So this is an attempt to try another way that might be a little easier than doing an amendment to or a statute to set up an independent redistricting committee. Not that I'm giving up on that idea, But this bill implements criteria that need to be followed when redistricting occurs, and it will make redistricting districts, the process, more fair and more transparent. Right now, our legislature has almost no criteria that it needs to follow when redistricting, which is why we've ended up with the districts that we have that have been referenced in the testimony for CACR2. Redistricting must follow the U.S. Constitution, the New Hampshire Constitution, federal laws, and state laws. And this bill adds additional criteria that have become considered traditional districting principles and some emerging criteria that have been used by other states increasingly. So what is required now? Constitutional districts must be as equal in population as possible, with a deviation of less than 1%. And I think Ms. Zink may want to correct me when she comes up whether I got deviation and efficiency right, but state districts must be as equal as possible, but are allowed a deviation of less than 10% through custom and case law. Federal law requires that you follow the 14th and 15th Amendments, which prohibit racial discrimination, and they require that you comply with the Voting Rights Act. State law requires that the districts be continuous, and if a town or district has enough people to meet the standard deviation, it is to form its own district. These criteria are some of the traditional district, and as we just heard, there are 62 communities that would have 62 errors. Under state law, we've created 62 districts that violate the few criteria that we do have. Other traditional criteria that New Hampshire does not have that are included in this bill are compactness and preservation of communities of interest. HB 363 also includes the emerging criteria that the result shall not have the intent or effect of favoring or disfavoring any political party, incumbent, or candidate for office. I've included an article from the National Conference of State Legislatures that was updated in 2021 in my submission to the committee that shows what other states have adopted as criteria. There's about 12 that are like New Hampshire, and the rest have more stringent criterion. About 23 states have adopted the criteria that are proposed in HB 363, including Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Georgia, Idaho, Missouri, Nebraska, Nevada, Oklahoma, and South Dakota. I would like to reference and incorporate the comments of Mr. Perry in my comments so that I don't go on and repeat everything that he said. Our existing system of redistricting does not result in districts that fairly represent the voters. Both parties draw lines to favor their party and have done so for decades. Both parties are guilty of protecting and expanding their power through redistricting. And our constituents know it and are not in favor of our past practices. 74 towns in New Hampshire passed resolutions asking for fair maps in 2021, but they were ignored. All the people who came to testify at the 10 hearings that we had for the redistricting committee were also ignored. The process in 2021 was not transparent, and the majority of the redistricting committee did not address the many pleas that we heard in those 10 public hearings for fair and transparent maps. The criterion in this bill are a starting point for transparency. It will require that these factors be considered when drawing the new maps in 2031. Gerrymandering discourages participation in our constitutional democracy and makes our constituents jaded and cynical. And worse, they do not trust us, and they think we're all self-serving and corrupt. For these reasons, it is imperative that we change our system to make it more transparent and less political. We each represent constituents of both parties and have taken an oath to represent all of them to the best of our ability, not just those of our party. We must put our constituents above our party. We may never be able to remove politics totally from redistricting, but we certainly owe it to our constituents and our constitutional democracy to try. For these reasons, I ask that you vote OTP on this bill. Thank you. And yes, I will take questions.
Perfect. Are
And
there
I've
questions?
got my flak jacket on.
I don't know. I feel like I got my points out in the last one. Questions from the committee? Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. How do you reconcile the fact that for House districts, we have to stay within county lines, and there are at least a couple instances in the state where a particular town does not have enough for one representative, but can only be in with another larger town and one specific town. It can't be changed because of the county line.
Well, actually, for House districts, it is not required to keep them within county lines. It is a practice. It is a custom, but it is not required in the statutes or the constitutional. But there is a way. I'm not the gerrymandering nerd that Mr. Peters is, and I'm sure he can answer that question better than I can. But I suspect that there's a way to do it better than what we have now. And when you follow these criterion, there's a better way to do it. You are always going to have floterials unless we reduce the number of representatives in the state House.
If only someone had proposed going to 391 last time. A move that Mr. Andrews and I, in a weird politics making weird benefits, both supported, I guess. Any other questions for Representative Lane? Seeing none, next up is Mr. Andrews, who maybe we can talk about
Yeah,
why
and I
391
misspoke. It is Mr. Andrews, so thank you.
Maybe Mr. Andrews can explain why 391 was in fact the optimal number for better drawings.
Well, we could go the way, I think it's either South Dakota or North Dakota, that has just one representative per district. So that's how they determine the number of people in their legislature. I thought it was kind of an interesting approach.
I think that's how we ended up with 400 though, is because we kept doing that, and then somebody finally went, "Hey."
Okay, thank you.
And then on deck will be Olivia Zink. Mr. Andrews, I want to hear about 391 and how awesome of a concept it was.
There we go. Yeah, 391 was a very interesting concept. I don't think I can get into all the math in this, but I'm here to testify in support of HB 363. I think that it is a good addition to CACR 2, and it helps clarify some of the things. I like the representative's question about our communities of interest, political parties. It says here, communities of interest shall not include common relationships with political parties or political candidates. So if we pass both of these, then it would, help strengthen the CACR 2. One thing I do kind of have an issue with is Section 4, which says districts shall be drawn in compact shapes and shall avoid jagged edges and extensions. The compactness in terms of redistricting is used mostly as a simplistic way to kind of show gerrymandering, in that it's very easy for me to go to someone and show, say, Senate District 9, which goes from Hinsdale to Bedford, and be like, this is a little weird, isn't it? That it's just a straight line. What does Hinsdale have to do with Bedford? But if you take into account, communities of interest, you can get some districts that are not, kind of very compact in shapes. For instance, I said before we were using SAUs as a community of interest. SAU 1 is kind of very compact, and then you have Dublin that kind of shoots off into, and it's so like you can't use compactness as a kind of standard. There's better ways to kind of judge whether a map is kind of gerrymandered rather than using compact shapes and compactness as a metric. I think that's all I had on this. But the main points are, you know, the section 6 and 7, where the plans shall not have the intent or effect of favoring or disfavoring a political party, incumbent, or candidate for office, which kind of is the same thing as CACR 2, but helps clarify that language a little bit more.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? I assume you're taking questions. You were so kind last time. All right. No 291 reference. It's all right. All right. Next up is Olivia Zink, and on deck is Kaylee Estradio for 1 and 2. And then after that will be the last card of Marjorie Porter. Honorable Marjorie Porter. My apologies. I keep.
Good morning. For the record, Olivia Zink, a voter in Franklin, Executive Director of Open Democracy, and Open Democracy supports this bill. There are ways that we can improve the redistricting cycle that happens every decade. It is important. This is an important opportunity that we greatly appreciate, and the special and really appreciate that there was documents on the Special Committee for Redistricting's website, and the allowing people to upload testimony way improved the transparency from this decade to the last decade. But one thing that there was not any kind of transparency on was the criteria of how the maps are drawn. To establish criteria in drawing maps, you would consult the New Hampshire Constitution and the U.S. Constitution on what's required constitutionally. But there are some great resources from the National Conference on State Legislatures and the Brennan Center, but there were also some resources from the New Hampshire Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court that can put up as guideposts this year. But we were kind of astonished that New Hampshire kind of uses this haphazard approach to redistricting without publishing the criteria that is used to draw the maps. Regarding communities of interest, one small thing that we would recommend is on line 16 of this bill, adding education. So racial, ethnic, economic, but educational districts. I think that there are many school districts. I'll just take with the Winnisquam School District, Tilton and Northfield share a fire district. Tilton and Northfield share a school district, but Tilton and Northfield do not share a state rep district. Actually, Northfield is with Franklin, and Tilton is with, was with Samberton, but I think it got moved this last time. So I think Representative Harvey Bola would know, because that's her district, of how those districts change, but that those communities have a lot of shared water systems, shared fire systems, shared school districts, and that they have lots in representation. So I think that we should think about putting the word educational opportunities into that. And with that, I'll close my testimony. And I have one small statement from Jeff Smith from Epping, who supports this and basically urges the committee to support this for the reason that the December 2022 report on the Special Committee on Voter Confidence says partisan process in drawing electric districts has undermined confidence. And so he cites that as one reason to support this. And the second reason is the principle of equality under law, that means that every eligible voter should count equally. So those are the two reasons that Jeff Smith of Epping supports that. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Kaylee Estradio for the 2. I confused myself again. And then we did have a late entry from Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Chairman Barry. For the record, my name is Kaylee Estradio. I'm a public policy fellow with Open Democracy and a Durham voter. First, I have testimony on behalf of Linda Bundy of Antrim. She is in support of HB 363. She says, at town meetings during 2021, voters in 74 New Hampshire towns approved and petitioned warrant articles calling for fair, transparent, and nonpartisan redistricting processes. In December 2022, one of the findings of the report of the Secretary of State's Special Committee on Voter Confidence was that, quote, the present partisan process for the legislature to draw election districts every 10 years has undermined voter confidence, end quote. The New Hampshire Executive Council and State Senate districts are examples of gerrymander districts. This bill is one step towards establishing a process to create fair districts that more accurately and more fairly represent the voters. Compact districts that take into account the communities of interest shared by towns maintain local ties, specifically stating that there shall be no intent or effect of favoring or disfavoring any political party, candidate, or incumbent will prevent gerrymandering. HB 363 establishes standards for redistricting that are transparent and reflect the will of the voters. I ask that you vote ought to pass on HB 363. And then next, I have testimony on behalf of Phil Hatcher of Dover, New Hampshire. He says, and you will see this soon, I have the receipt of my grandfather, John J. Sansom, which was given in 1908 when he paid his poll tax in McLennan County, Texas. Today, all Americans are ashamed that the poll tax was employed to disenfranchise citizens of our country. 100 years from now, what will future citizens think of gerrymandering? Will they be ashamed that it took us so many years to eliminate the ability of legislators to choose their voters? I think so. We all know that gerrymandering, which is performed by both parties, is weakening our democracy by contributing to the extreme polarization that has gripped our nation. Indeed, Chief Justice John Roberts of the U.S. Supreme Court, writing for the majority in the landmark case of Rucho v. Common Cause from 2019, states that gerrymandering is, quote, incompatible with democratic principles. But in New Hampshire, we have been unable to find a solution for eliminating or diminishing gerrymandering. In 2019 and 2020, Governor Sununu vetoed bipartisan bills that would have created a redistricting commission. In 2023, the New Hampshire Supreme Court, in a 3-2 split decision, found that gerrymandering is a non-justiciable under the New Hampshire Constitution. HB 363, by defining specific redistricting criteria, offers a new approach that I support because it resonates with my experience as part of the Mapathon Citizen Redistricting Project in 2021. In that nonpartisan project, we worked to define the criteria for our maps, and then we assiduously stuck to those criteria as we developed the district maps. This is a fully transparent process that makes it easy to understand the choices that were made when identifying the final maps. Therefore, I urge you to vote ought to pass on HB 363. Thank you.
Okay. Will you be taking questions, or are you reading and going again?
No, I'm all set.
I respect it. Next up is the Honorable Marjorie Porter, and last up will be Bob Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, and it's the Honorable Bob Perry as well. Okay. I'm here, Marjorie Porter, I'm from Hillsborough, and here representing New Hampshire Together, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan group that encourages citizens to meet together and find common ground solutions to problems. And as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, they are in support of this bill because one of their solutions that got, and I have to correct myself, it got 89% approval from the members of the Assembly, was to establish an independent redistricting commission. I have with me copies of the 4 recommendations that came out of that Citizens Assembly for anybody who might be interested. I didn't bring a lot of them, but you might want to look at them. So I'm urging the committee to please vote to ought to pass this bill, 363. Thank you.
Okay, will you be taking questions?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, last up will be the Honorable Bob Perry. And next time, Mr. Perry, I don't refer to you as such when introducing yourself. Please feel free to correct me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I speak in support of HB 363. I will be very brief. I did not intend to speak given personal time constraints, but it was not enough for me to just sign the sheet in support. My presentation on CACR2 has a similar theme to it, that is, providing more detail for map designers and the courts, but as a statute can be implemented much more quickly, though subject to reversal. Indeed, this bill at Roman 6 and Roman 7 contain similar language to that of CACR, which addresses and is consistent with the concerns I raised in the CACR. The last sentence in Roman 5 also relates to my presentation on the CACR, and although not given its own Roman numeral here, speaks to the detail needed for courts to understand the intent of the statute. The intentional use of the word practicable at Roman 5 simply means map designers use their best efforts to comply given the complications of designing maps, especially for House districts. I hope the so-called New Hampshire Advantage will include passage of laws in the gerrymandering arena that consider people before party. Passage of this bill would be an excellent beginning. I urge OTP. Thank you.
And will you be taking questions from the committee, Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak. On the blue sheet, there was 2 in favor and 1 opposed. Online, there was 341 in support, 7 opposed, 0 neutral. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 363, and the committee will stand in recess for 2 minutes for 356. Okay, it's 10 a.m. I'm going to recognize Representative Toner for the purpose of introduction of House Bill 356, enabling school districts to adopt partisan school district elections.
Good morning. I'm Travis Toner. I represent Belknap 4, which is the town of Belmont. I'd like to introduce House Bill 356. The bill enables the school districts to choose whether they can adopt partisan school district elections, and I will not be taking questions.
Awesome. I only have 1 pink card. It's Eric Power. Mr. Power, welcome to election law. Is it a printed testimony or is it a reference?
It's a reference.
Okay.
I've been speaking to somebody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Eric Power. I live in Brookline. I'm a 30-year resident. I currently serve on the planning board in Brookline. I previously served on the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board. I am the president of the School District Governance Association of New Hampshire, and I'm also the secretary of the Brookline Mason Greenville Republican Committee, or the clerk, role I've held since 2009. So I'd like to speak to you in favor of House Bill 356. I'm here representing myself, by the way, enabling school districts to adopt partisan school district elections. And really the purpose is enabling legislation that lets school districts vote to see if they want partisan elections. And so what's the motivation for this? Well, first is increased voter engagement and turnout. Nonpartisan municipal and school district elections around the state have turnouts that top at 25%, maybe 10 to 15% or less is common. The ones that have the higher turnouts tend to have SB2 voting because there's things to vote on. But if you look at partisan statewide elections, like in presidential elections and our midterm elections, the voter turnout's 2 to 3 or 4 times higher. And you know, we had some recent ones that were 80, 90% in the 2024 election. Part of the reason of that, one of the big reasons, is that partisan ballots have more information for voters. They create more interest in turnout. And most voters have a general idea, if they don't know who the candidate is, they have a general idea what a Republican means, what a Democrat means, and they find this information useful in making their decision. This bill also is sort of enabling at 3 levels. The first level is it enables the school district to decide if they want to have the elections. The second level is it enables the town committees, the Republican town committee and the Democrat town committee, to hold caucuses to nominate candidates for the school district offices. This caucus is not mandatory, it's optional, so it's enabling each year. Each town party can decide if they want to have a caucus to nominate. The caucus would be held in the January timeframe. I think it's 6 Fridays before the actual election is the deadline. And if candidates don't want to participate in the caucus or there isn't one, they can actually self-nominate by getting 50 signatures from members of their party in order to get themselves nominated as a Republican or a Democrat on the ballot. The thing that's another enabling is that each individual candidate can decide if they want to be part of the partisan process. So if this passed in a school district, people could ignore it and just file as they do today. They can stay as unaffiliated and they would be so on the ballot. So really it's got a lot of choices for it, and I think it's a good thing. If you have a partisan school district ballot, it'll look a lot like our state ballots you have in November. You'll have a Republican column, Democrat column, an unaffiliated column that rotates by a random ordering by the Secretary of State using the same process today. I'd like to mention, I've served on the school board, on a co-op school board across 2 towns, and while officially they're nonpartisan, underneath they really are partisan in a lot of ways, because a lot of the local education policy choices and budgeting choices are driven by partisan beliefs. That's where people come from. They have those biases and they have those beliefs. So a school board also elected under partisan system can hold caucuses, just like you do in this committee and you do in the House and in the Senate. Members of the party can have a break, hold a private caucus to discuss issues. I think that's valuable because, as you know, it helps organize and negotiate with the other side if you privately get together and you help find common ground. So it's a useful tool. Not familiar people are with the process of partisan elections. They're already available for municipal purposes. So you can do municipal partisan elections. So this law and this bill actually references a lot of that and adds to it as necessary for the specifics of a school district. And I can answer questions more on partisan elections if needed. We did find that there was a small amendment that should be added to HB 356. I think it's already been filed by Representative Weary. And it would be adding a new Section 7 to the bill, which would basically update RSA 91A about the right to know, but just to add in that if there's a caucus, it could also include a school district caucus if it's elected on a partisan basis, and also reference the new RSA. So for those reasons, I would recommend OTPA on House Bill 356 to provide school districts local town committees, as well as individuals, the option for partisan elections to help increase voter engagement and turnout. Thank you very much.
Okay, will you be taking questions?
Yes, I will.
Are there questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And normally I wouldn't put somebody from the public necessarily to ask a lot of questions, but none of the sponsors are here. So we've been hearing, or we've heard several bills, one bill that talked about a nonpartisan ballot, a single ballot, in order to decrease polarization and partisanship, and was something that a lot of people wanted. This bill and you had statistics, so this bill kind of goes in the opposite way. It says that increasing partisanship increases participation. And I'm just curious about your statistics versus the ones that we're hearing about the bill and where you got those, and frankly, if you could repeat them.
Well, I mean, I've looked across the state, both in my community and in other communities, and you see turnouts that are in the, 10-15% range. I think there was a bill in municipal and county government that talked about not even passing a warrant article unless there was a certain percentage, and it was like 15%. So that was, set that way because of that reason, because people don't know who the candidates are. And, that's a problem if you don't have this partisan ability. And so I think having this as enabling legislation, it lets each community can decide for themselves if it's a useful tool for them to adopt. So if the majority of voters in the school district want to have it, they can vote for it. And if they find later that it's not working for them, they can rescind it. I do think that people don't like the term partisan. It seems to be a negative term to some people, but partisan does give you an idea of the person's background and the person's, general beliefs on how they're going to vote. So it's more information for the voter. So you may not know the person's name, but if you see they're a Democrat or you see they're a Republican, it provides more information. And some people, and I've talked to people in my town that says, why do I vote? I don't even know who the people are. If I knew there was Republicans and Democrats, I would actually be more interested in voting. So it's a little bit of, I don't know if there's actual statistics on it, but it's something I've run into, and I've talked to people across the state, and it seems to be something that's of interest, and it's just an option. And if an individual candidate might be a Republican and say, I just still want to stay as an unaffiliated, and they're not required to declare that. They just file as they do today with the school district clerk. So they're not, like I said, it's enabling at many levels. It's enabling for the school district, it's enabling for the town political parties, and it's enabling for each individual. So I think it just allows people to decide for themselves if it works for them. Thank you.
Representative Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, my problem, I'm looking for your thoughts on this. My problem is in the city of Dover, which I represent, the city election is nonpartisan. Yet now we're introducing a partisan, at which point in time the school board is also elected. And I'm just seeing the problem here with having a partisan school board election while you have a nonpartisan city election. And just curious of your thoughts.
Thank you for the question, Representative Gilmore. So we have town elections. A lot of people have them March 11th. I don't know where the cities have them. They might have them at different times. But on that day, you're technically having multiple elections. There are separate ballots. So if you're in Dover, say that your Dover voters wanted to have partisan school district elections, that would be a partisan ballot for that one, but maybe your municipal ballot would remain nonpartisan. So it's a choice on each one. You could have both of them nonpartisan, as I think it is today, or you could have one or either. It's not required that they all have to do it at the same time. They can each decide to do it as it makes sense for the community.
Yeah, just to clarify, Dover, in any municipality, can adopt a partisan ballot system for their local election, including the city of Dover, if they chose to.
Yes, they can, but now we're basically separating, say, can you adopt one, but not the other?
Oh, okay. I see the point you're raising.
And the issue also is the municipal election in Dover is in November, at which point the school board is elected, just for clarity.
Each,
Sorry.
I just want to clarify. So the decision to make municipal partisan elections is one decision with a separate warrant article in question, and the decision to do a school district partisan election is a separate warrant article and a question. They're not necessarily related. They're independent decisions that can be proposed by voters or governing bodies.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Wood. Oh, I didn't see you come in. I apologize.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize to you and the board for being late this morning. I was wondering if I could ask him a question. What I wanted to know is, you mentioned earlier that you had data on looking at the voting records of different towns, partisan versus nonpartisan, and I was wondering if you could submit that to the board, if you have any data in writing.
I do not have data in writing on partisan versus nonpartisan. I just have some cursory looks at it, but you can, every time you look at a turnout in any election that's like a November election for the state, when you're getting elected as representatives and the president, Congress, those numbers are always substantially higher than you'll see in any other municipal election. I think our town clerk brags when we get above 20%. And that's a fraction of what you see. For everybody's reference, in my research, I found that there is one city that has municipal partisan elections, and the municipality is Portsmouth. So if you look at it, they'll have R's and D's on their ballots. So it's out there, but I think you can't do it currently for school districts, and that's the purpose of this bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Further question? Yes, Representative Wood.
follow up, please.
Yep.
From the data that you look through, what do you think would be the top reason for that big discrepancy? 20%, 80% people not voting. What do you think is the top thing?
Thank you, Representative Wood, for the question. I think that the major question is, and I've heard from people, is if you don't have SB2 for your school district, your town, you don't have much to vote on. You do not have a lot of contested races. You don't even know who the candidates are. It tends to be a lower profile, so there's less information. But even just having the R's and the D's for some of the candidates, I think that provides information and motivation for voters, because they'll feel like, wow, I can make a difference. I have more information and it's available. That's why people want to vote, when they feel like there's something they can vote on and they understand it and they have the information. So I think that's the reason for this.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Newsom?
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Am I right when you said that there's only one town or city that has adopted partisan elections?
I don't know, Representative, I don't know if it's been done in the past. That's the current status that I've found. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I did have a late entry, Representative Mark Vallone. Welcome to election law. I don't believe we've seen you here before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the greeting. As a former civics teacher, this is a really, really interesting bill. I speak in opposition to it. I speak also as a Budget Committee member, a Zoning Board member, a Recreation Commission former member. Town and schools issues are generally considered nonpartisan. And I think we should keep it that way. If you think about the level of partisanship and the intensity of the vitriol that is going on right now, do we really want to introduce more partisanship in our state? I'm going to ask that question. Really? Second thing, who's the biggest block of voters in the state? It's not Republicans, not Democrats. It's independents. And I'm going to tell you that in the campaign that I had last fall, I spoke to probably close to 2,000 people. And the biggest comment was, They like to vote for the person, not the party. They like to vote for the person, not the party. So keep that in mind. Also, and I'm going to speak against this. There's a similar bill on town. Is that whether the town needs a new plow truck isn't really a Republican issue or a Democrat issue. And also, as a conservative, believe it or not, there are some of us conservative Democrats. When it comes to spending, some of the biggest spendthrifts I've ever seen in the budget committees are Republicans. So this notion that somehow you're going to get a lot of information from the R or the D beside the person's name, I think can be called in question. And then finally, we have a hard time just finding candidates to run, period. How many more people are going to say, do I really want to stand up there and put myself into this whole whirlwind of partisan politics where I'm going to be attacked for being a Republican or I'm going to be attacked for being a Democrat? Think about that. Is this what you want to do? I hope not. Because this is just going to further, I think, further divide in this country. And we need healing in this country, and we need healing. And actually, when I see how town politics have worked in Epping, yeah, the turnout is lower, but it's a lot higher under SB2 than it ever was as under town meeting or a school district meeting. When everybody showed up one day. You never had a big turnout anyways. So I think the argument about generating more turnout is specious. That means I don't think it really holds water. And when I see some of the other bills on elections coming out here, I just see more of a partisan lean on trying to just introduce more partisanship. So I'll be back to talk against the town one, and I'll hopefully have more to say on that one, but thank you very much.
All right, will you be taking questions?
Sure.
Representative Gilmore?
Oh, back to Dover. So the municipal election in Dover is governed by the city charter. Would this legislation take precedence over the city charter that was adopted, obviously, by the people of Dover? That's the question. I don't know.
I'm not a lawyer,
Me neither.
so I'm not going to say one way or the other. I
Further,
would think so, but I mean, that's just my guess.
further questions? I have a question. So you said that unaffiliated voters represent the largest group, but isn't it also true that Republicans and Democrats together, there's more of them than there are unaffiliated voters, so that the majority of voters in New Hampshire are actually partisan voters?
It depends on which election year you're looking at.
Any
So
of
the
them.
partisanship level goes up on presidential years, and it goes down afterwards. If you look at the records, if you look at the numbers over the last 30 years, you'll see that. And I'm just going to come back to you and just say, yeah, do you want to see the kind of argumentation that goes on that happens right now between Republicans and Democrats on the national level and at the state level, and you want to bring that down to the local level, then vote for it. That's what you're asking for. All I'm saying is I like town politics in part because it doesn't matter what you are. And if you go and you looked at the Epping Budget Committee, you'd be hard pressed to guess who was what. And that's a great thing in this day and age in 2025. And so if you want to take that away, then vote for this bill. Yes.
Representative Burnham?
Thank you for taking my question, Representative. Is the supervisor checklist available for the public?
I think so. Yeah.
Follow up.
Yes.
So if it's available for the public, wouldn't anybody be able to see how a candidate voted in the previous election?
Yeah, and also, I mean, it does come out. I mean, we have candidate forums and people show up in there and they can be asked a question about it. But guess what? Nobody's ever asked that question. And I go back, I mean, I've been doing town politics since I was 11. I've lived in the same town all my life. And I've been to a lot of candidate forums. And nobody's ever asked, are you a Republican or a Democrat? It's more about, should we have the plow truck or not? Should we vote for the teacher's contract or not?
Oh, we got Representative Quayle.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Oops, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware of any data that would give us some insight into how the political sympathies of undeclared voters kind of play out in terms of party sympathy, like polling or whatever?
So, thank you for the question. It's knocking on doors, talking to people. So, I mean, how it turns out for the voters that I talk to, one of the things, I do know people who do not like to be pigeonholed, and they want to be able to vote for a Republican when they think is a good Republican in the primary to vote for, and they want to be able to vote for a Democrat when there's a good Democrat in their primary. But that's definitely just observational, and it's not empirical.
Okay, go to Representative Wood, and then we'll come back. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. This bill does not mandatorily change the voting. It's up to the district. It just allows them to enable them. Why would we not want to give the towns the ability to make their own decision on this?
Thank you. That's a really good question. So we want to have some towns to have partisan elections. I just think it's a really bad idea that we should just keep that off the table. And if you do enabling legislation, you put it on the table. So in towns where some people really want to make partisan mischief, then they may put that in. And then all of a sudden, I think you're going to see a different district. So I would just say leave it off the table.
Further questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. If we go this route and a town enacts a partisan election, would that prevent an independent or an unaffiliated person from running? Do you think?
Well, it says a message that I think right now everybody runs as an independent, right? In a local election, so everyone's equal.
Right. And are you aware that, oh, may I
Yeah,
follow
you
up?
can follow up. That's okay.
Are you aware that often when we recruit candidates, they are registered independents, so we have to go out, they have to go out and change so that they can run, because otherwise they would not be able to run. I mean, I don't know if you're aware of that fact or not. I think
Well,
it's,
I know that's true for state and national
yeah,
elections. Yeah,
okay.
that is true.
okay, thank you.
All right. Further questions for Representative Vallone, who will probably never come back to election law after this.
I wanna
I
be
was
back-
being,
I wanna be
that
back
was a
again.
joke, Mr. Vallone. It was not an
And I would be back to this afternoon.
I know it was. If you watched the committee, it was a tongue-in-cheek comment. It wasn't a derogatory
Okay,
statement. All right. I think I don't have any more pink cards online. But believe it or not, for being a very partisan committee, we usually get along pretty well. 356. I already have opened. 7 in support, 332 in opposition, 0 neutral. Representative Gostkowski, what do we got on the blue sheet? 3 in support. All against. 3 against on the blue sheet. With that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 356 and open the public hearing for House Bill 590. Recognize Representative Toner for the purpose of introduction. Just so you know, Representative Weary are the sponsor on this bills, and I messed up and scheduled it for the week he was gone. So that's why he's not here, was I messed up. It's not, I believe he sent Mr. Power in his stead, but it was a scheduling error, not a lack of interest. Representative Andrews, my apologies.
Good morning, Election Committee. If you ask me questions when I'm done, would you please speak up? I just got over a respiratory illness. I'm fine, but it affected my hearing for some reason. I don't know why, but it did. Okay. I am Representative Louise Andrus. I represent Merrimack County District 5, Andover, Danbury, Hill, Salisbury, and Webster. I'm also a citizen in the town of Salisbury, which is a part of the Merrimack Valley School District, which includes the towns of Boscawen, Loudon, Pennycook, Webster, and Salisbury. I have been involved in real good totals when it comes to voting. So I went into the SAU office last year after the election, and I've done it before. And just for curiosity, I counted Salisbury. In Salisbury, 61 people voted for the school board candidates. And yet, there were 415 votes for the candidates in Salisbury. One thing that happens here with a small town like us, we're only about 1,000 voters, more or less. I know there's more. But when you get into the bigger towns, they have 2,500, 3,000 voters. And there's no way, with all the towns voting for the candidates, that a small town, even a bigger town, last year the town of Loudon had a very viable young candidate. They worked very hard, but there's no way, because the whole district voted for the candidates in the town of Loudon, there's no way they could get him into office. I don't know if it's viable to be able to make it so that, or if it's even legal, that you can each vote in your own town for your school board members and the other towns can't. But I really wish the committee would consider it seriously, as many people in our towns would like to vote for their candidate and they don't want anybody else voting for them. And that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Andrews, will you be taking questions from the committee?
Oh, yeah, I'll take questions, but you're going to have to speak up so I can really hear you.
All right. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Only have one other card. Mr. Power, back up. And Representative Toner, can you grab the blue sheet for me since, well, maybe we can get him to, I don't know. Do what you gotta do.
Thank you again, Election Law Committee and Mr. Chair. Again, I'm Eric Power from Brookline, representing myself. I'm the president of the School District Governance Association of New Hampshire, and also I served on the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board for a 3-year term. So I'm familiar with cooperative school boards. Cooperative school boards should be cooperative among the towns. I was in a 2-town cooperative school district, with Brookline being smaller than Hollis. And we do it, I think, the right way, where there's 3 school board members from Brookline and there's 4 school board members from Hollis, so a 7 total. But only the Brookline voters vote for the Brookline representatives, and only the Hollis voters vote for the Hollis representatives. And I think that makes a lot of sense. But there are school districts, and I think I've heard of a couple, like Hillsborough Deering, and also I think in Exeter Regional, where all the voters in the entire co-op vote for each town's representative. So if you're from Brentwood, the Brentwood people vote for you, but so do all the people in Exeter and everything. So same thing at Hillsborough Deering, the Deering reps are voted by everyone. And that's kind of a problem, I think. If you're a small town, and I think Representative Andrews was speaking to this, why wouldn't just the voters from your town be able to vote for your representative? Otherwise, you're going to get the preference of the larger town dominating and diluting the vote, and you wouldn't really have a representative. You have one from your town, but you don't really have it's not really selected by the people in your town. So I think you have a couple bills in election law. This is one of them. I think this makes a lot of sense. So this would say, basically, if you're from Deering, only the Deering voters would vote for you, not everybody in the whole co-op. And I think that makes a lot of sense in order to really make the co-op cooperative, and it's a matter of fairness that happens. So I think that, I would recommend this bill. I support this bill, and it would correct some of the unfairness that you've seen across the state. I think this bill has come up in the past, but I think this is a good solution. Thank you very much.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes, I will.
Representative Wood.
Yes, you mentioned two different situations. One cooperative where they were voting individually, and one that Representative Andrews mentioned wasn't the same. Do you know is there a legal reason for this or structural reason? Do you know what why there's different situations?
Thank you for the question, Representative Wood. Yes, there is. It's a decision in RSA 195 where there's about 5 or 6 different options in selecting it, and when they form a co-op, you're deciding which one you want, but that can be amended. And but I think the ones that have this, I don't think it's really a fair method. And the problem is, unless the legislature acts, the big town has the power. And do they want to give it up and allow it to be changed in their articles of agreement, which is sort of the constitution of the co-op? They're not going to ever do that. They're never going to want to give up their power. They get to vote. If they're a big town, they get to vote for the people from the little towns, and they get to pick who's on the school board. But I think it's unfair to the little towns for that to work that way. So I think that's why this legislation is important, so that little towns actually have a voice in a co-op. It's almost impossible to get out of a co-op. Withdrawals are very difficult. That's a whole nother issue. But even making a change like to an articles of agreement is a majority vote across the co-op, and it's never going to go through with the big town maintaining their power. And that's just the way people are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee, Representative C?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. In some districts, including Merrimack Valley School District, there are both town selected representatives, or at least the person has to reside in the town. But there are also some at-large districts that go over more than one town. Do you see that as an issue that would still be, the at-large would still be at-large?
Interesting question. I think you could still keep an at-large, and then only the voters in that at-large district would vote for that person. It would be sort of like state representative. Some state representatives only represent one town, but some state representatives represent 3 towns. But you don't have people outside of those 3 towns voting for that. So I think that's workable with the at-large districts like the Merrimack Valley.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Lane?
Is this a way to have, I guess, what I would call proportional voting?
Representative Lane, I'm not sure if I understand the question about proportional voting, but it would basically, a lot of the co-ops will have so many, they're required, and this also gets approved by the State Board of Education, when they set up a cooperative or regional school district, they have to have the one man, one vote rule. So they do have to apportion the representatives based on the voting populations in each of the towns. So that's where that happens when you have that. That's how it's done. The second level is who are the ones that vote for those. So, maybe in the Exeter, Brentwood might have 1 rep. Yes, they have 1 rep, and person will have to be from Brentwood, but who votes for that person is the question. Is it only the people in Brentwood? That's the secondary question. That's what's being solved by this bill. Or is it everybody in the whole Exeter Regional Co-op that votes for the Brentwood rep? So that's how that would work.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
So further questions? So this is not an area that we deal with much in election law. So I had to read 195, which is not an RSA 600. So my brain immediately stopped. So what I'm looking at is there's basically 5 different methods a school district can choose to elect to figure out their composition for their school board, right? And what this bill is trying to target, and I don't know if this is properly worded, but just so I understand that the problem this is trying to resolve. So at large should be voted on by everybody if you're an at-large district. Like, I think everybody here understands that concept. But it looks like 0.4 as an option for composition allows for a board where it mandates that a person has to come from a town but members from another town can vote for that person from that town. And this bill is trying to say, no, 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 if you're going to go that method, that only the members of that town can vote for that member. That's the intent. That's what it's trying to get to, right? It's not trying to say, because I think there's a way this could be read that says it's like, if you're running at large, that only the people in your town could vote for you. Which I don't think that's the intention of it, but I think it could be read like that, right? Like that's the point you're trying to get at.
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was. I just wanted to make sure. I think if we move forward with this probably needs to be reworked on language. I think. But any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you. And late entry, we have Representative Timothy Horgan.
So I'm Resident Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, which is a one-town district with 4 members representing the town of Durham. It's part of the Oyster River Cooperative School District, and actually my first term, I represented a state legislative district, which for some bizarre reason was exactly coterminous with the school district, which is something that hasn't happened in the last 2 decennial cycles. I've been here since when I started running, that was like my district was based on the 2000 census. So we have the system where there's some seats that are designated for the smaller towns in the district. And I live in the largest town, so I may be prejudiced, but I don't necessarily think that it's unfair that the voters in the larger town have more influence because this is a democracy and there's a lot more of us in my town than the others. And in any case, I'm not sure if there's that much conflict between Durham, Lee, and Madbury over what school. I mean, there's a lot of controversy over how the school district run, but I don't think like the people in Madbury have that much a different opinion about how the school district should be run than those in Lee. Madbury has about 5% of the population. Durham has, about 2/3 of it, and then Lee has what's left over. So I don't think there's actually a lot of difference in how the people in the 3 towns feel about educational policy. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why Madbury, just because I'm not sure whether Madbury, even though there's fewer of them, feel any differently than the people in Lee or Durham. So so I think it's you get huge. And as you know, Mr. Chair, having been on the redistricting committee, there's huge. One person, one vote. The statistical part of that is extremely important and very difficult to deal with. And this creates humongous one person, one vote issues. Because the way I read in my school district, they kept it the same. The voters in Madbury would be, and there's nothing. I love Madbury. I wish I still represented. I love campaigning there, but I'm not sure whether they deserve. Whether 5% of the population should have whatever it is. 15, they would have it would create huge disproportionality for the smaller towns in the district, so I think this is a bad bill. It's going to it'll probably be challenging courts, create massive one person, one vote problems, and I'm not sure if it's really necessary in most cases. And also, of course, it's also probably will point out is you hinted at. This is kind of an unusual assignment for committee. This issue would usually turn up in either municipal and county government or education policy and administration. Why they dumped it on you when you got plenty of votes, I don't know. So I think, so I'll also say I think the way this bill is written, the wording of it is kind of questionable. So I'm not sure how that affects the at-large districts, the at-large members. So of course, one extenuating circumstance in my school district is that the largest elementary school that serves Durham is actually located just over the border, within the borders of the town of Madbury, and also a large number of the elementary school students go to the Massway School in Lee. So in Durham currently does not actually have an elementary school, so that maybe binds the 3 towns more closely together than they might be otherwise. So I would just urge you, you either have to totally rewrite this bill or just probably the better alternative, just ITL it, or you can probably also refer it over municipal and county or educational policy administration and let them deal with it. So, yeah. I certainly, I've been voting for the Madbury and Lee representatives as a resident of Durham, and I think I've made reasonably good. I think I've made good choices. I think the people we've chosen aren't any worse than they would be if only Lee was voting for that Lee representative or Madbury, right? So thanks.
Will you be taking questions from the
Sure.
committee? Are there questions from the committee?
Yeah.
Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't have any more pink cards. There was no one on the blue sheet, and online it was 8 support, 115 opposed, 1 neutral. With that, where's my gavel? We'll close the public hearing on HB 590, and I will open the public hearing for HB 367, changing the method of adopting partisan town elections to be the same as rescinding partisan town elections. And Representative Weary couldn't be here, and I scheduled his bill because I'm a jerk. So Representative Toner, can you do the old intro, no intro for me? And I did apologize, Representative Weary, when I realized what I did. When I was looking through who was going to speak, and I went, oh my God.
Good morning. I'm Representative Travis Toner. I represent Belknap 4, I'm town of Belmont. I'd like to introduce House Bill 367, and I will not be taking any questions.
Perfect. Next pink card up is Eric Power from Brookline.
Thank you, committee members, Mr. Chair of Election Law. My name is Eric Power from Brookline, here representing myself. I do serve as the secretary and clerk of the Brookline Mason Greenville Republican Committee, and I'm here speaking in favor of House Bill 367. It's a very simple bill. What it does is it makes the method for adopting partisan town elections the same as the way to rescind them. So under current law, the way to adopt a partisan town elections is via a warrant article, and if you're at the traditional meeting, it's going to be a traditional meeting warrant article. If you have SB2, then it goes to the deliberative session and then goes on to the official ballot on election day. If you already have partisan elections today, it's required to rescind it, to go back to nonpartisan. It has to be an official ballot question, whether you're an SB2 or you're in a traditional meeting. So what this bill is doing is it's just making it the same going both directions. So it says that if you want to adopt partisan elections, that it becomes an official ballot question. It goes on the ballot on election day, whether you have a traditional meeting or SB2, for the voters to decide. And the same as you do today for the rescinding. The other thing that's important is that there are a number of official ballot questions you may be familiar with, things that are required to be official ballot questions that have to do with elections. If you want to elect your planning board, and I mentioned I serve on the planning board, we've transitioned recently from appointed to elected. That's an official ballot question. It goes on the ballot for all voters to decide, and our voters decided overwhelmingly to go that way. And then the following year, there's an official ballot question for the zoning board of adjustment. Overwhelmingly, the voters voted for that. That was on the official ballot. There's also one for the Conservation Commission. If you want to change your Conservation Commission from appointed to elected, that's an official ballot question because it deals with the election. So it makes a lot of sense when you're dealing with an election issue for it to be also in an official ballot question. And so that way it would enable the voters that there's many more voters that vote on town election and school district election day than do on that go to the annual meetings or the deliberative session. So this just makes it a much better option for choosing this and making it the same to choose to have partisan elections or to rescind. And with that, I'll conclude my testimony.
Are there questions? Are you taking questions, Mr. Power?
Yes, I will.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Again, I thank you for taking my question. I think as our chair recommended, we don't see these kind of bills very often, so it's a little bit of an education for us. So I guess I'm reading the existing statute, and it says that the town can adopt the partisan official ballot system under an article in the warrant for any town meeting and may rescind such action in like manner. So the purpose of this bill, I thought, was for the method for adopting it to be the same as rescinding it. Don't we already have that, if I'm reading the existing statute correctly?
So Representative Lane, I do not believe the current statute is consistent. I know you might find that shocking, but this is a bill, and I did a little research on this, that was written in 1979. It was House Bill 766 by Representative Ramsey of Stratford 13. I did 766. House Bill 766 in 1979. That's the year of the bill was in April of 1979. That's older than the online archive, so I had to go to the UNH online to find it, the scanned version, and they did a good job actually. And so this part of the bill hasn't been changed since 1979. And as a piece of education, they used to talk. There was a number of bills when I was looking in 1979. They were talking about large towns being 4,500. So there was a lot of 4,500s of population where a lot of bills in election law and in other places that was used. And over the years, that has disappeared, except for in two places. One of them is in this bill, is in RSA 669.13, and the other one is in RSA 231.62B, which has to do with electing, whether you want to elect a highway agent for 2 or 3 years, believe it or not. And they made a differentiation there between a town that's 4,500 or larger or not. So there's down to two places where the 4,500 has not been amended out. And obviously New Hampshire has grown a lot since 1979. So what's consistent here, it would basically, this is the existing law. So it's saying that if you have a large town, then you have to rescind it by the ballot, which doesn't make sense because most towns that are 4,500 wouldn't be considered large today in New Hampshire. So this actually does make it an official ballot question going both directions, regardless of the size of town. It makes a lot of sense and brings us consistency. I think previously, or the current law, it would depend, you would rescind it by a warrant article, I guess, if you have less than 4,500 residents, but if it was greater than 4,500, you have the official ballot for some reason. So I don't know why that's the case. Somebody in 1979 thought that was a good idea, but I think it just makes sense to have it as an official ballot question to adopt and an official ballot question to rescind, because it does affect the election. So it makes a lot of sense for voters to weigh on that, like you choose to elect your Planning Board, Zoning Board of Adjustment, and Conservation Commission. Thank you.
Question, Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. When these petition warrant articles, including these RSA laws, are received at the deliberative session, does it give opportunity for people in the audience to provide an amendment changing actual statute?
Thank you for the question, Representative Burnham. I believe that's a gray area, but I think it's more clear that any warrant article that's required to be an official ballot question should not be amended at the deliberative session. Think about this for a second. If you have an official ballot question and you have a deliberative session, now you're saying they can modify it. But what if you have a traditional meeting? It just goes right onto the ballot and there's no opportunity. So I think the intent, and this is probably a municipal and county government question, question more than election law, but I think that it makes sense that if something's prescribed as an official ballot question, it should maybe be debated at a deliberative session, but not amended. I think that's the proper way to go. And I would say that would be the same for this law here that we're talking about.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Representative Vallone. And I don't have any other pink cards for 367, so Representative Gosowski, if you could grab the blue sheet for me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Vallone from Rockingham 5, Epping. This is going to be really brief because this bill, I'm not losing sleep over this bill as I was over the school bill. However, I am unfortunately not able to be here all day, but I would be commenting on the number of partisan bills that look to highlight partisan elections and to restrict the vote of independents. I'm going to your HB 220. So my concern here today is that we don't need more partisanship in 2025. Now, whether this bill actually needs to be enacted because we're going to try to update an old statute, that is your decision, that is your purview. But if it's in the spirit of trying to instigate more partisanship in elections, then I would say vote no on this, please.
Okay. Will you be
That's it.
taking?
Thank you.
Apologize. Will you be taking questions, Representative Vallone?
Sure.
All right. That was a long pause. I respect it. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other pink cards for 367 online. It'd help if I had 367 open. Online was 6 in support, 209 opposed. On the blue sheet was 2 opposed. With that, I will close the public hearing for House Bill
Mr. Chairman,
367.
what were the numbers online again?
6 support, 209 opposed.
Thank you.
And the committee will stand in recess for 6 minutes until 11 a.m. Okay, it's 11 a.m. We're going to open the public hearing for House Bill 481 relative to moving the state primary date, and going to recognize Representative Schultz for the purpose of introduction. Representative Schultz, welcome to Election Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really great to be here to talk with you all about this bill. I love that these conversations that I've had with your chair in the recent past have been very positive. I thought his speech on the House floor really echoed a lot of the thoughts and feelings I had about the state primary and needing to move it. And the point that does this sound really super echoey? I don't know if I should move further away. All right. But the one quote that really I just still have stuck in my head in a good way is your chairman said the existing primary is an incumbent protection plan, essentially. And I couldn't agree more. So let me take a step back. Hi, I'm Chris Schultz. I'm a state rep from Concord. I represent wards 4, 9, and 10. Ward 4 is where we're sitting right now, so welcome to my district. I first arrived to New Hampshire because I managed a governor's race for Mark Fernald, the second one, not against Jeanne Shaheen, but the one that Craig Benson ended up winning. So if you loved Craig Benson, you're welcome. But we did have a tough primary. I, though, come with the experience of having cut my teeth in 9 other states, and worked on campaigns and elections, and then Capitol Hill to a degree, still doing that work for 16 years, most of it not in New Hampshire. I worked in my native state of Kentucky. They have a May primary. I will say, because I grew up in that, I have a partiality to that date. It's sort of, the last thing we do before summer kicks off, but when I was growing up there. I also worked in primaries in Nevada, Iowa, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Virginia, South Carolina, Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, and I'm forgetting another state, and New Hampshire. So that was a wonderful experience to work for presidential campaigns. I managed a congressional race and a governor's race. I was executive director of the New Hampshire Democratic Party. I worked for Al Gore, Bill Clinton, a labor union program for Barack Obama. I worked for John Kerry. So anyway, there's a very, very quick version of my resume. I only say that to say I come with the experience of having seen firsthand the impact of when the primary date is and how that impacts the general election. And I think the part that's nonpartisan here, and I would love it, I almost wish we could have a dialogue with the chair, because I know he agrees with some of these points and some not probably. But I feel strongly, having first from my experience with that governor's race and then how it has continued on in the Democratic side, and it does seem to have been longer on the Republican side, that having a 58-day, roughly on average, general election really isn't enough to recover from a major difficult primary. I'll just put it out there. Maybe I should save it for a Democratic caucus to talk about this, but we need transparency in this issue. On the Democratic side, it was a rough transition for Mark Fernald to go from that primary to facing someone who was spending millions of dollars on Boston TV, and talked about an income tax. That was impossible. But, regardless of what his message was, to rebuild that connection and recover from and earn the trust from Bev Hollingworth's supporters, we didn't have the time to do that and communicate with your general election voters. We also can look to other Democratic primaries on the Democratic side. The Andrew Volinsky, Dan Feltis primary was brutal. And I love both those guys, but they never, it never recovered. The campaign staff certainly never recovered. There still are some bad blood among folks who worked on those campaigns. I will say our last gubernatorial primary was brutal, and I can see what has happened on the Republican side. It hasn't exactly been, puppies and rainbows there either. And I just say on that campaign, it's sort of just party politics on this level. It's hard to pivot when campaigns are all about pivoting from your primary message and who you're speaking to and who your message is directed at. And these things are very much drilled down on who's going to be the deciding factor to a much different audience than the general, which is now I'll say, here's the part that affects the average Granite Stater and why we should move it. To only hear from your general election candidates and their general election message for 58 days, it really does give an added bonus, as the chair said on the House floor last year, to the incumbent in a way that doesn't favor democracy. I love our federal delegation, but they're not always going to be our federal delegation as a Democrat. I would love to have a Democratic governor at some point while I'm a state rep. But for Granite Staters, they need more than 58 days to have that conversation. It's a whole other slew of people who don't care about, we're notorious for this. Even though independents can pick either ballot in a primary, there's still a bunch that don't want to do that. They don't want to align themselves so much that they don't want to participate in a primary as a voter. And they're eager to see what fleshes out for the general election ballot. And I just feel very strongly that it would be better for everybody to move that primary to, I loved this. This was essentially the Senate bill from a year ago that the Senate had passed after editing and it went back and forth. This was the final version sent to the House in late May of last year. And I thought that that June date was a great date. I think there are other ways we could, because I think that's, if you're just voting on one bill with a date, that's difficult. If I'd prefer August or, I'd prefer July, I don't know. I'd prefer before Labor Day, but just before Labor Day. There are a lot of strong feelings for all of us of when it should be. I'd suggested that we informally, with the House and Senate, knowing that Democrats are in the minority is fine, we did a sort of ranked choice voting of the top 10 possible, that you guys could come up with, possible choices, and do a ranked choice voting of that and see which one is the first or second or whatever. I realize the governor is going to play heavily in this conversation. I don't know to what degree Democrats will be a part of that conversation, but I think coming to the point of not just looking at one day or the other, we need a process that we can work together on that isn't just all or nothing on one date. And that's my suggestion to this committee. I'd be happy to do all the I'm not some big ranked choice voting advocate per se, but I certainly can get access to the software. I believe we could get it for free. We could do it in an informal way. It doesn't have to be a part of a bill. It could be, like a work session for the whole legislature, include the Senate. That's just my suggestion. But if we don't do something like that, and this bill is being considered, I do think that this is the best time for us to have it. It gives us a couple more months to pivot and to rebuild those relationships, really for the part of the ticket that it impacts the most. I feel like we as state reps will adapt to whatever it's going to be. We are a scrappy, devoted group of people who really know our voters. I feel like we will pivot even if it's, we move the deadline for filing earlier. I feel like the part of the ballot that is going to impact this in the good way the most are the races for governor, U.S. Senate, Congress, probably executive counselor to some degree, and in some state Senate races. I also will send to you, I did research the filing deadline of all the states in America and when their filing deadline is, and ours is among the latest. But some, I think, 7 states have their filing deadline in the year before the election year. So if you're running in 2026, in those 7 states, you file in the end of this year. So, and then it varies. 4 file in January, 4 February, 12 in March, 9 in April, 3 in May, 7 in June, and only 3 states have a filing deadline that is later than ours. That may have changed since the last legislative cycle. I will double check that before I forward this to you. But, and I know that those states also were looking at moving their primaries. I think Rhode Island is one that is already doing that. So literally almost the entire rest of the country has an earlier filing deadline and an earlier primary than we do. There used to be quite a few, mainly in New England, that had a September primary. And I think in the near future will be one of, if not the last. Delaware and Louisiana and Rhode Island. Those are the three states who had later than us. And it looks like they've been working to move it as well. So anyway, I mean, there's a lot of other things I could say about this. I will forward that about the filing deadline. I think that was one of the biggest difficulties that the Democratic House Democratic Caucus had at the time a year ago, was concerns over when the filing deadline will be. And you know, I'll reiterate, I feel that we as state reps can adapt to whenever it will be. And yeah, change can be painful, but I think knowing that it's really important to the top of the ticket and all of those above us, I feel strongly that we need to make this change. And, you know, within a year or less even, we'll find that adapting to that schedule for state reps is fine. It just means we keep talking to our voters, our constituency. You know, are you not going to talk to your constituency during a session? You should be. I should be. We all should be. You know, I hope you don't wait till June to start talking to your constituents, but I don't mean that in a judgy way. I'm just saying we will adapt as state reps. We're scrappy. We can do it. But we need to not think about ourselves in that way. We need to think about the top of the ticket. I just realized, are you a co-sponsor of this bill? That's why you're sitting up. Darn, I wish we could have a real conversation. Anyway, again, I realize Republicans are going to weigh much heavier than we Democrats are, but I'm going to do my part to work with the Democratic House Caucus to see if we can gather better support for this and moving this. I know that there are folks who've worked on campaigns in the recent years. All those staff would definitely, as far as I could tell, would like to have an earlier primary for the most part. And I would be happy to do more work and outreach with the Democrats. But having said all that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for sharing your experiences and your thoughts on this. I believe you answered this, but I want to make sure I was clear, because you did a pretty good job talking about the difficulties in picking the day, the month, whatever. I believe you said that you were in favor of the June. Okay, so that's true. Can I follow up?
Yes.
So why are you in favor of the June?
Well, I think the earliest we could have it, the better, based on all those states that I've worked in. Traditionally, I think of summer beginning here around Memorial Day, but for practical purposes, kids are usually in school till mid-June. To do it before family vacations start kicking off would be good. And I think that would give us a good compromise between what I feel would even be better dates, which would be earlier than the date in the bill, and those that would prefer a July or August. I feel like that is literally the midpoint of what could be best. I think that just juggles the whole idea of family vacations, and when folks start summering, both as a noun and a verb in New Hampshire, it gives folks the time to have some vacation as voters, and then we already know who our candidates are for the general election, and that messaging can start. I feel like that is a good compromise date, but I'm tempted to say, what date do you think would be good? But
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions from the committee for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really appreciate your time on this, and hope we can keep talking about it till we can find the most amenable date, and eager to see what our governor feels about this as well. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, I'll recognize Chairman Berry, who will be filling out a pink card.
Yes, we'll fill out a pink card. I won't belabor many of the points. I just want to point out this is a bipartisan bill, so I want to thank Representative Schultz for approaching me to sponsor it. June would put us basically in the middle of all these states. So right now we're last or dead last, depending on how you want to look at it. Louisiana just changed the way it does its primary system, but they've historically used what was called a jungle primary. So their election day was technically their primary, but if you had 50+1, then they didn't have a general election. So I don't know how you want to bracket that in. But June would put us like right in the middle. August appears again to be not an option. So the House has voted for June, the House has voted for August, the House has voted for August again, but it's June or bust again. And I don't say it's my way or the highway, because once again I will point out I have voted for June, I have voted for August. I don't care. I just want to move it. I just don't want it to be in September. So the 45-day window that basically our current primary creates is a massive incumbent protection plan. I kind of warned actually this body when I was trying to do June a year or two ago. I said, one of these days you're going to have a situation where in an open primary you're going to have one party starts running one of their candidates starts running away, and then you guys are going to get caught in a contested primary, and you're going to lose something like the corner office, and then boom, that's exactly what happened. The Democrats got caught up in a Cindy Craig, Joyce Craig bitter primary. Governor Ayotte kind of ran away with her primary. She was able to pivot off and go straight to the general election, while the Democrats were marred up chasing each other to the left, and you saw how that worked out. So it's not to say that Democrats are evil in this situation. The same thing could have happened to Republicans. It could have literally been the exact other way around. It was just going to happen, and it happened to the other side first. So I would really hope that we could consider June again, because it's like one of those deals of like the beatings will continue until morale improves. Morale needs to improve on this. The notion that we're still in session in April is like ridiculous. How many of you were primaried in the last one, and very little of them were even successful? We're always kind of, we can't do the primary because we're in session. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. I think this committee of all has proven how quickly you can move if you want to. And to Representative Schultz's point, how dare you assume that you're not talking to your constituents for 2 years? It shouldn't be an issue for an incumbent. So I've been very consistent on that. I hate incumbent protection plans, even when it might favor my own party. I find them to be anti-democrat, small d democratic. And I think general election voters, who are the bulk of the voters, they deserve to hear from our candidates, both sides. The ideas should play out on their merits, not who happened to push through their primary the quickest. And that's exactly what has happened. So I'm happy to take questions, but I do have to peace out at 11:30 for a meeting. So I'm glad I got in there. So I'm going to fill my pink card out. But I'm happy to take questions, and I don't want to be repetitive to Representative Schultz's excellent remarks. Yes, Representative Lane to tell me when I'm sorry, I'm not chair right now. Good Lord. I'm not chair right now. I apologize. I'm so used to being chair.
Yes, you've made me acting chair.
Yes, I am sorry. That was so rude. That was so rude.
And the witness has told us of his willingness to take questions. Do we have any questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you. No, I forgot the question. No. My recollection is there was concern about the amount of money that might go into the campaigns. If we start earlier, there's just going to be more money coming in. Is that of any concern to you at all? I know it was raised last year.
Yeah, I don't think that's a concern, because the money is going to get there regardless. And I think that's kind of to pivot off of your question there, I think the bigger question is when does the challenger get access to their funds, right? So, right now we have the 3 periods, the pre-filing, we would call it, regular people call it exploratory, but pre-filing, and then there is the primary, and then there's the general funds, right? So if you're a challenger, right, you're probably going to raise most of your funds for the general, because your primary, if you're in a contested primary, a lot of the donors are going to back off to see what happens, right? So you may not get access to your cash until the very end. Well, when you get it with 45 days left, it's far less effective. There's already a lot more stuff flying. It's harder to break through at that point. Earlier cash in terms of campaigning effectively is better, because there's when you're campaigning, you're in this you're in this quandary, which is the closer you get to the election, the more people are paying attention, right? But the closer you get to election, the more everyone else is spending, so there's more noise. And there's this sweet spot somewhere where there's not a lot of noise and not a lot of, but enough people are paying attention. And I definitely don't think we're in that sweet spot now. I think we're way too, by the time the challenger gets access to what could ostensibly be a third of their funds, probably actually, if we're being honest, probably closer to half. They have 45 days to unload it. And I think in the hearing from 2 years ago, somebody raised of like, well, they can campaign in the general and the primary at the same time. I was like, well, no, they can't. If they have limited funds or they're in a contested primary, they have to campaign to the electorate that's going to elect them first, which is the primary electorate. Like the easiest example of that is direct mail, right? So if you're in a contested primary, you're only going to send direct mail to the houses that vote in the primary. That's the only thing you're going to do. Because if you don't do that, right, if you say, all right, I'm going to do the primary and the general electorate, and then that other person beats you in the primary, well, guess what? Like, so what? You campaigned to the general electorate. It doesn't matter. You're not the nominee. So the system is kind of set up with these hurdles in front of it. And all I want to do is move that the second to last hurdle, the last hurdle being the general election, but move that second to last hurdle back a little bit to give both sides an opportunity to compete. And I think it'll be better for voters to hear from, the vast majority of voters do not vote in a primary. They don't. It's like going to be 20 to 25% turnout. So like 3/4 of the voters are not voting in that. And to say 3/4 of the voters are only going to get talked to directly, they might be able to get, if they're watching the right TV station or whatever, they might be able to get a message. But to kind of just exclude them and say they're only going to get 45 days of talking to is kind of ridiculous. And also when you bring in the absentee ballots, right? So absentee ballots are usually around 10 to 15% of the election. And when you think about when absentee ballots go out, like specifically UOCAVA, right? UOCAVA ballots go out 45 days on the nose before the election. 45 days. So if that case, that voter is getting that ballot in their hand, they're probably getting that ballot voter in the hand. They've maybe had a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks of general election activity to ostensibly make their choice. So if we're going to be for voters making informed choices, we have to allow the candidates to make their pitch and let the voters decide on their merits. Because if you want to reduce partisan activity, the worst thing you can do is not let a candidate inform the voters about themselves, because now the voters are going to do what they're going to vote on the only piece of information that they have in front of them, which happens to be party, and they're just going to, go down one column or the other. So if you want to actually kind of if you want to do what you state you wanted to do, which is reduce partisanship, increase, cross-ticket balloting, you need to let both candidates from both parties have a more equal, you'll never get fully equal, but a more equal opportunity to make that pitch. And, let their ideas and their pitch live or die on their merits instead of living or dying on did they have a contested primary.
Okay, thank you. Do we have further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative. Yes.
Chairman. Oh, is one up there for me already?
Seeing no further pink cards to testify for HB 481, Representative Guzovsky, would you get me the blue sheet, please? And, okay. Let's have it. I know it's very interesting. All right, I see 3 pro on this bill, and I see no opposed. I do not have Representative Berry's access to the online stats, so I'll ask him respectfully if he could announce that for us. All right, and I will call the public hearing for HB 481 to a close at this time. Oh. Oh, okay, got it. That was for Representative Berry. Do, okay, fine.
Okay, 481 was 10 in support, 8 opposed, 3 neutral. And Representative Quayle has the con because I have a meeting at 11:30, but I will be back for lunch.
Okay, with that, we'll open the hearing for HB 408. Is Representative Horrigan is here, the
Thank you very
sponsor of
much.
the bill.
And I have some written testimony, but I'm not sure whether you're supposed to pass it around the
Well,
table.
if you would place it on the table in front of you,
Okay,
please.
and everybody will get a copy.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, it's Representative Horrigan.
Yes. And there is a version of my written testimony on the online portal, but it's actually I amended it after I put it on the portal. But so I'm Resident Timothy Horrigan, Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham, and even though I have my doubts about the June primary, I'm grateful that Representative Schultz is the co-sponsor of this one because we're both interested in an earlier primary. So this issue of moving the state primary days has come for the House Election Law Committee many times in the past. I myself have sponsored 2 such bills, neither of which went very far. One of them was like virtually identical to this one, but I think I had a different Tuesday in August in mind. So what this does, at least is introduced, it would move the state primary to the 4th Tuesday in August of the even-numbered year. So that means the primary would henceforth be held sometime between August 22nd and August 28th. If we pass this, at least if we pass this in 2025, this next state primary would take place on August 25th, 2026. And the status quo, as you all know, is the 2nd Tuesday in September of an even-numbered year, which is between September 8th and September 14th. And actually, September 8th is when the next state primary is scheduled to held. That's actually the day after Labor Day, which, that having any election on the day after a holiday poses a few logistical difficulties. They're actually fairly minor. We've had many, for example, presidential primaries held on the day after, well, at least we have had at least some presidential primaries, for example, held on the day after President's Day, and we've managed. Anyway, as we've been talking about just a few minutes ago, when that happens, the Secretary of State and the other election officials have 49 days to get ready for the general election rather than the usual 56 days, which poses major logistical difficulties, just given not just mailing out the UOCAVA ballots, but there's all kinds of other things that happens. Recounts, I actually went through a recount in 2022. There's Ballot Law Commission challenges. We had one in Stratford County shortly after after the filing deadline for the county commissioner's office in June. And there's just a variety of other things that can happen. So, and as you also alluded to, back in the previous biennium, the House passed HB 115. So that started out, it was introduced as a June primary bill. It was amended by bipartisan and veto-proof majority in the House to be an August primary bill. I think it was the last Tuesday in August. And that got turned back into its original form as a June primary by, is it okay to say the Senate in a committee meeting? Anyway, the other legislative chamber on the other side of the wall. And then it went to the committee conference process, and the House rejected it. There was a lot of concern that if we passed an August primary bill, which I absolutely think we could have gotten it through the House, the other body, they did everything by voice votes. We don't know what the exact numbers are, but it's probably conceivable that 16 of the 24 members of that unnamed body might have been interested in this bill in an August primary. We're very worried about the governor at various, all kinds of things. Actually, the committee report in the House went on and on about how there's no air conditioning in schoolhouses, et cetera. And I'm not sure why that's an argument for June over August. It's both actually August. Late August is probably not as hot as mid-June when we'd be having a June primary. But in any case, we have a different governor now. So she has different ideas about things. I'm not sure if she's really expressed an opinion on this, but anyway, the governor who was here 2 years ago is not there anymore. And, as I said, I'm repeating myself, but yes, that August primary, it got through the House with a veto-proof margin. So there's a pretty good chance we could have gotten an August primary in 2 years ago. So what's the good side about it? Well, if we pass HB 408, the election officials would have several more weeks to prepare for the general election. I think we would then have, if I did my math correctly, it would be either 70 days, which is 10 weeks, or 77 days, which is 11 weeks. Anyway, they have a much more comfortable cushion before they have to send out the Okava ballots, before they do all the recounts and any ballot law commission challenges and so forth. And I think a late primary is a good thing. First of all, it gives voters more time to make their choices. It also lesser known candidates have more time to catch up with the front runners. We're talking about the governor's race last time, and actually we had contested primaries in both parties for governor, but in the case of, on the Republican side, Governor Ayotte outdistanced, she beat all her challengers by a huge margin, although we had two fairly evenly matched candidates on the Democratic side. I'm not necessarily if they necessarily drove each other to the left. I'm not sure whether going farther to the left was necessarily inherently a bad thing. But anyway, we did have two challengers, and actually the one I think was better known statewide ended up prevailing. Anyway, that was Joyce Craig. So I think, and as legislative candidate, it's much better for legislative candidates like us. And I've been through actually several contested primaries, even though I'm in a very blue district. So whoever comes out of the primary, you'd have to run a really, really bad campaign to lose in my in my district. But we've had a number of contested primaries, and so that gives the challengers more time to catch up with the incumbents, but also it's a later primary is better for the incumbents too, just for the simple reason that sure, we can walk and chew gum at the same time, but it's probably better to do one or the other if we have the choice. So that gives it, if we had the primary in June, the filing deadline moves forward to March, and that a lot of times people haven't even decided what they want to do over the next 2 years by March. Like lots of people make a decision based on what happens in the last couple months of the second year session, and also then you'll be busy both for the incumbents and the challengers. You're raising money, which I have no objection to. I'm a capitalist. I think money has a role in politics, maybe too big a role, but I'm not averse to collecting donations and spending money and sending out mailers and doing other things. So you'd be doing that at the same time. You're also trying to do your legislative job. You'd be putting out your signs in the spring, doing all kinds of things. Just, I think the current life cycle of at least the legislative elections, it's a lot better to be doing that in the summer after most of your legislative work is done. So especially this cycle when the legislative office building will be closed and we'll be up the streets. So we won't, we'll probably be having we'll be having even fewer meetings during the summer of 2026 than usual, but that's that's a topic for a different committee. So I just think it's better to have a filing year near the end of the second year session. And I think also having a later primary is good for the voters, also because like the issues that they're deciding in August or September like to be similar to what they're deciding on in November. So if we move it all the way forward to June, there'll be some cases where we'll nominate somebody in June, and then it'll turn out to be a bad idea because of what happens between June and November. And you'll also have the problem, as we've seen in other states, where people get nominated and then decide they don't want to run after all, and then you have to scurry around and go through the whole process for replacing the nominees. So I've probably given way too many reasons, but anyway, I just think I think we need a slightly longer window, but I don't know whether I think it's not necessary to totally restructure the whole way our election cycle works. So therefore, that's why I think a late August primary, which several other states have, like including our neighbor across the Connecticut River, or should we be calling it the New Hampshire River now? But anyway, our neighbor on the other side of the Connecticut River, Vermont, does it, and it works well. And so I would urge you to pass this bill. Like we had the chance 2 years ago, we have another chance now, so I think we should take advantage of it. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your
thank you.
testimony. Next up, I have a Request from Secretary of State David Scanlon to testify. And thank you for joining us once again.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. And as consistent with past years, I would express a preference for an August primary. That's not to say that the reasons for a June primary are not valid. And I think Representative Schultz and Berry did a good job explaining, their concerns. That is more of a political component than a logistical one, which is what I'm going to focus on my remarks. There's no question that we need to move the primary further back from the general election. We are on a really tight time frame in meeting the federal requirement of getting absentee ballots out to military and overseas citizens. They're known as UOCAVA voters. And when we have to conduct recounts in a very narrow window, it can be challenging. And I can tell you that I was holding my breath in the last primary because there were a number of hotly contested races for Congress and governor that, at least right before the election, looked like they could be close enough to warrant a recount. And had that happened, we would have gotten the job done, but it would have been a monumental task. So my concern overall is spreading out the workload of elections over the course of a year. A June primary would mean a March filing period, and it would mean ballot preparation shortly after that. That's at a time of year, of course, when most towns in the state are holding their town elections and their town meetings. And so there's already a significant workload for local election officials and also my office in being a resource to that are pretty well attended by voters. And I think an August state would continue that process. It would keep a filing period sometime in the May-June timeframe that it currently is. I think that would have less impact on local election officials dealing with town elections. And that's the reason why I would favor this bill a little more than the other one. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Do we have any questions from the committee? Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask a question. Thank you, Secretary of State. It just seems like a lot of effort to move it just a few weeks, to give you a few more weeks time. Can you, why the last Tuesday of August? I mean, holidays. I just don't see how you're going to get the relief that you're looking for. So can you explain that to me?
I think 2 weeks makes a very big difference in the time frame of what we have to work with after an election. We could conduct a major recount in a 2-week period. So I think it takes that concern off the table, and we would be able to meet our requirements to our military personnel that want to vote by absentee ballot. The other consideration that I have is earlier in the year where we have events preparing for the state primary that are in very close proximity to town meetings. And, that causes time issues with local election officials. And obviously we're very concerned about that. Want to make sure that, the whole process runs as smoothly as possible.
Thank you.
Representative C, you requested the
Yes,
opportunity.
thank you. You mentioned you support August rather than June. Is there any particular week in August that would be better for you?
I like having it as close to the traditional September primary as we could, but we can do the job with the fourth Tuesday. That gives us an additional 2 weeks. The third Tuesday would work also.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Seeing no further requests from witnesses, potential witnesses, Representative Guzovsky, thank you for getting the blue sheet. Well, I was prepared to read the online testimony. It was unfortunately the chairman's laptop timed out on me. So it was something on the order of
I can grab that, Mr. Chairman, in about 2 minutes at the most. So I can pull that up.
okay, but I'm gonna proceed with the public hearing. Oh, the public hearing for HB 408 is closed. I'm going to proceed with the hearing for HB 151. So, and we have Representative Lex Berezny here to introduce the bill which he sponsored. Oh, it has an amendment. But anyway, please proceed.
Vice Chairman Quayle, members of the committee, my name is Lex Berezny, and I represent Grafton District 11, which includes the town of Grafton, Alexandria, Hebron, and Groton. The bill in front of you, HB 151, simply reduces the term of the supervisor of the checklist from 6 years to 3 years. Cindy Kudlick, a select woman in Grafton, requested that I file this bill in the hopes that reducing the term length will encourage people to run for the supervisor of the checklist. The feedback we've received from potential applicants is that 6 years is too long of a commitment. That's basically the bill and the rationale. I've passed around an amendment proposed by Representative Kudab. This amendment acknowledges that the supervisor of the checklist is on the town election and not the general election. It also cleans up the language a bit, but the intent of the bill remains unchanged. I hope that you will consider this amendment and pass the bill as amended. I can take any questions, but if you have questions about the rationale and those kinds, I think the people speaking behind me would be able to better answer that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Yep, thank you.
I'm going to defer at this moment to Secretary Scanlon so he can return to his other duties more quickly. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you letting me do my job.
You're welcome.
So I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and I support this bill. Just briefly, when individuals are looking at running for this office, they see a 6-year term in front of it, and that is pretty intimidating. I think this is a time when we're trying to encourage people to participate in local elections and run for office. There's been a decline in that department over time, and I think having a 3-year term is certainly more appealing to people if they know it's not a lifelong commitment. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Secretary Scanlon, could you just confirm for someone who's desperate to know that this only applies to towns and not to supervisors in the cities?
This would be for elections for town supervisors of the checklist. Cities are a little bit different in that they appoint registrars to maintain the checklist. So, yes.
Follow up. In our city, they get elected.
Okay.
For 2-year terms. So this does not apply to cities, I guess.
No, this would be for towns.
Right. Thank you.
Are there further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Next up is Cindy Kudlick. And thank you for being here today.
My name is Cindy Kudlick, and just a slight correction of a former selectman in the town of Grafton. I am no longer one. But I'll be brief. Everybody wants to get to lunch, and I'm just going to repeat what the first two gentlemen already had to say. I asked Representative Berejny to submit the bill for the legislature's consideration this session because we had 2 of our 3 supervisors of the checklist resign last year in our town, and we were hard pressed to find people who were interested in making such a long commitment. Even now, we have an open seat that no one signed up to run for. As I'm sure most of you know, finding volunteers is a real challenge these days. So our hope is that changing the term from 6 years to 3 years will give folks considering civic involvement one less hurdle to overcome. Also put the positions in line with other offices in town. The only other one that has a different term of office than 3 years is the moderator, which is only 2 years, just like you guys and the governor and the executive council and everyone else. So I'm asking for you to please vote to pass on this and help us make it a little easier for others to say yes to helping fill these important positions. Thank you for your time. And thank you to the co-sponsors who signed on with Representative Berejny.
Thank you. Will you take questions from the committee?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Gilmore.
Thank you. As the supervisor of the checklist myself for 3 or 4 terms, I could not believe I would ever sign up for a 6-year term. But that's not my question. My question really is, what about in the cities, my city, it's a 2-year term. Is 2 or 3 preferable to you?
I think considering how much there is to do with the job, I think 3 years makes more sense. In 2 years, I think I've never done it. I've never done the job. I don't know. We were like the previous question that Secretary of State Scanlon answered. This is just for towns, so it wouldn't affect cities.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? Representative Newsom, did I see your hand up? No, okay. So seeing no other questions, thank you very much for being here
Thank you.
today. Okay. Next up would be Ms. Kaylee Estradio. I've been observing.
Thank you, Representative Qualley. I just have very brief remarks. One from Jeffrey Smith of Epping. He is in opposition to HB 151. He says this is because it overlooks the extensive knowledge and experience the position requires in order to support free and fair election processes. And then I also have testimony from Corinne Dodge of Derry. She says, as a New Hampshire constituent and voter, I ask that you please oppose HB 151. Changing the supervisor of checklist term of office from 6 years to 3 would be unwise. A 6-year term allows each supervisor to hold office through all the various types of elections, presidential, state, and local. And she reasons that this is important so that the knowledge of each type of election is run and can be passed on to newly elected supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions?
No.
Okay, well, thank you very much for being here. Seeing no further requests to testify, Representative Guzowski, would you get the blue sheet, please? And while he's getting that, I actually got a list here. To go back to HB 408 for a moment, online testimony was 10 in support, 10 in opposition, and neutral 2. And for HB 151, which we're about to conclude, there were 11 in support, opposed 212, and neutral 0. And thank you to my colleague who provided this information to me, and to Representative Newsom for his help in this and being willing to do that. Thank you both. And here's the blue sheet. I see 3 people testifying in favor of this bill. And with that, I will conclude the hearing for HB 151, and we can all go to lunch, and we'll resume at 1 p.m. Thank you all for being here.
So we are going to reopen the House election law hearing for House Bill 151, correct?
No.
No?
600.
Nope, we did 151. I didn't. To be fair, that's why it's not scratched off. House Bill 600 FN, which is establish ranked choice voting for municipal elections and recognize Representative Reed for the purpose of introduction.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, honorable members. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, Newmarket, and Newfields. For those of you who may be new or not familiar, I will briefly go through ranked choice voting as a concept and then get into the specifics of the bill. Ranked choice voting is a system of voting that is designed to select the winner with the most support. Sounds reasonable, right? It eliminates, in doing that, it eliminates some of the problems with our current system, which we call first past the post. Those problems being what we call vote splitting or the spoiler effect. And also the need for strategic voting, and I'll get into that. The first ranked voting system was proposed by a philosopher by the name of Ramon Llull, who is out of where we currently call Spain, in the late 1200s. The first country that adopted it was Denmark in 1855. It was adopted for national elections by Australia and Ireland over 100 years ago. And all of this obviously is before voting machines. And today it's used by many countries, including Malta and South Africa, where it was proposed and successfully reduced civil tensions. It was one of the reasons for its adoption. It's used in dozens of municipalities in the U.S., going back for over a century here in the U.S. It's used by the states of Maine and Alaska, and it's used by southern states which have runoff elections for their absentee overseas ballots. And I'll get into why that is in a minute. It's also used by hundreds of large universities, corporations, and organizations, and has been for quite a while. So the problem is that when you have 3 or more candidates running for one seat, you may very well end up with a winner, which we call a low plurality winner. This is a winner that has less than 50%. So you may, with 3 people running, you may end up with a winner with only 34%, which means you have 66% of the voters that may have wanted one or the other of the people that didn't win and would have coalesced around that person and definitely didn't want that other person who won. So that's what we call the vote splitting problem. And because we have that vote splitting problem, that spoiler effect, we are forced to strategically vote. And by that, I mean only 2 candidates ever matter in an election the way we currently run it with the first past the post system. The candidate in the lead and the candidate who's the closest to knocking out the candidate in the lead. Everyone else beyond that doesn't matter. And if you're voting for them, you are throwing away your vote, which means that most people don't feel like they get to vote their conscience, get to vote for the candidate they truly want because they're forced into one of those top two candidates. So not only is that a problem in that we don't get to vote our conscience, but that creates this forced strategic voting because of the spoiler effect, which is why we have our de facto 2-party system that everybody decries as terrible, that our founding fathers told us over and over again, warned us of, that parties would be terrible for our democracy. So because there's no strategic voting and ranked choice voting, it allows more candidates to run because everybody can run on an even playing field. You don't get knocked out just because you're not one of the 2 major parties, which means you have elections that represent a broader range of views. And also it increases voter turnout because voters start to feel like their votes matter and that they can vote their conscience. So the way it actually works, the nuts and bolts, is it works very much like a runoff election. In states that have runoff elections, you may know that what happens in a runoff election is that if no candidate gets a majority in that first election, they will eliminate, for runoff election purposes, they'll eliminate everybody beneath the top 2 candidates, and then they'll redo the election and have people vote again. The benefit to this is there's no additional election. You don't have to wait time. You don't have to spend money on an expensive election. You don't have to have a reduced voter turnout in that second election. You just put who you would vote for in a runoff election on that same piece of paper, which is why those southern states that have runoff elections do it for those overseas ballots because they don't have time to send out another ballot. So they've been using ranked choice voting for quite some time. So on a ballot, everyone ranks their preferences. It's something that everyone instinctively knows how to do with your ice cream, your pizza toppings. Everybody knows how to rank their favorite whatever. And if there's no majority runner after running first preferences, then the very last, not all candidates, but the person who comes in last gets eliminated, and their voters then are reallocated to their second preference. And you just do that by round until you end up with somebody with a majority or until all the rounds have been completed. And so if there's one thing to understand from the RCV as a concept, it's that ranked choice voting is designed to result mathematically with more people happy with the results of the election as opposed to our first past the post system. So as for this bill is very simple. It is only an enabling bill. In and of itself, it does nothing. It enables municipalities and only municipalities to adopt ranked choice voting only for municipal elections, only if the townspeople choose to adopt it for those municipal elections. So it goes to a vote of the people. It allows for the recension of that adopting ranked choice voting, so they can unadopt it by the same exact method that they adopted it. It's not more difficult. It allows adoption of ranked choice voting for certain offices and not others if a town wanted to do it just for one office or a few offices. And it provides that it has to be adopted at least 90 days before the election for which it's going to apply. So town elections, as you may have recently spoken about today, actually, town elections are nonpartisan. So while some in the past have tried to propagate narratives that RCV is somehow a partisan issue, it is impossible for this particular iteration to even be partisan. I would argue, though, that this is desperately needed for cities that have either runoff elections or primary elections like Manchester and Nashua, because they are holding entirely different new elections, costly elections. Whereas this would save them all that money, tens of thousands of dollars at a minimum. And I just looked at Manchester's budget yesterday to find out that number. So having an additional election, whether it's in the form of a municipal primary or in the form of a runoff, costs the people money. It also is reduced turnout. People don't like to turn up to an election twice within a few months. Reduced turnout and lots of time and unnecessary work. So these cities will definitely have every reason in the world to opt in. The machines that have been certified by the SOS are already ranked choice voting ready. They are ready to go. Results are tallied instantly. It's also really quick to do it by hand. And in fact, we will have a little chocolate demonstration at the end of your day so you can see how quickly you can do a ranked choice voting election by hand. And there is no, if a town or city decide to adopt this, there is no end of organizations that are willing to educate and or train for any town that wants to adopt this. So New Hampshire ranked choice voting is ready and willing. Fair Vote, League of Women Voters did education in Maine. I imagine they'll be willing to do the same thing here. The Ranked Choice Voting Resource Center, and there are more organizations than that. So there will be a just embraced by many organizations if a town chooses to adopt this. So this costs the state absolutely nothing, costs the state nothing in money, costs the state nothing in trouble because the Secretary of State is not involved in any municipal election. And because select boards and town councils, city councils weigh in on ballot questions, if there was some concern on the municipal level about adopting ranked choice voting, that could be communicated on the town warrant. And voters are unlikely to go against those recommendations unless they have good cause. So just to sum up, this does not mandate anything. It simply allows towns to do what the voters want, whether they want to opt in, opt out, only for specific races, but enables the towns to save quite a bit of money, time, and trouble, and increases voter participation and helps more candidates run. And with that, I am happy to take questions.
Are there questions from the committee? I accidentally shut off your microphone. I pressed the wrong button, so you have to turn it back on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Representative Lane.
Thank you for taking my question. What about the current ballot counting machines? Can it handle this, or would this require a whole new round of ballot counting machines?
So it depends on what town adopts it. The towns that have received new machines, those machines are RCV ready.
So the new machines.
Right, but and you would know better than me, what is available to towns to help them adopt it. If a hand count town wanted to adopt this, that's obviously something that the people of the town would consider before choosing to vote for it. But again, it's been done since the on the national level since 1855. So doing it by hand is not an issue. It actually isn't that much more time than doing a first past the post election by hand.
Further questions, Representative C?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I didn't see in here any way of handling voting in multiple locations. I'm thinking of, for instance, Manchester, which has 12 wards, 12 voting locations. While each ward only votes for one ward councilor, they all vote for mayor.
Right.
How do you get the ballots or the information from the ballots from one place to another? It's not mentioned in here.
Right, because it's up to the town how they want to centralize. You raise a good point that you do in any ranked choice voting. You have to centralize ballots or the number, the data. So whether that's done as we currently do, for example, by couriering, we currently courier tape for state elections, courier the tapes to the Secretary of State's office night of an election. In a similar way, you would have to courier something. Or if the town wanted to somehow digitally transmit that, that would be up to the town. There would be a lot of concerns around digitally transmitting, but they could conceivably do that in some sort of secure way. But you would have to centralize. Either if you're going to take all the ballots or take all the memory cards or what have you, you'd take it to one location and you'd run it all through the same reader.
Further questions from the committee? Saying none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Representative Lane, I apologize. Oh, I did get a message, that probably includes myself. We need to speak more into the microphones. I've got
Oh, okay.
somebody watching at home is saying nobody can hear anybody asking
Oh,
questions.
okay. How would this work? And maybe this doesn't happen in a city, but if you have multiple, like if you need more than one winner, and I don't know if that happens in a city and whether that's just an academic conversation or.
Right. So multi-winner districts so when ranked choice vote, and this is actually a wonderful thing, when ranked choice voting is applied to multi-member districts, so that's something like, for example, my state rep district has 3 representatives representing, and you're voting for 3 in that election. When ranked choice voting is done in a multi-member district, it's referred to as single transferable vote. And the wonderful thing about single transferable vote, combining multi-member districts with ranked choice voting, is the results end up proportional. I actually spoke briefly on this when we were talking about the open primary bill, but so currently, let's say you have a district that's 60% one party, 40% the other party. If you have 3 seats, all 3 of those may go to the one party that has 60%, when proportionally you would want 2 of those seats and 1 of the seats to represent the other 40%. And naturally speaking, that's how this turns out when you apply a single transferable vote to a multi-member district. So that's actually good. Now, in terms of whether, I don't know for sure if any municipalities have a technical multi-member district. You certainly have the opportunity, like if you were voting for a town council, either you're voting for specific seats with a term and, different terms, or you might be voting for like vote for 3 or whatever. I presume it's up to the town and their charter.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Quayle.
Thank you. You just used the term single transferable vote. Is that defined in this bill somewhere?
I believe it is actually. And do realize that even though there's multiple pages to this bill, it's all creating the concept of ranked choice voting. The actual enacting piece is quite short. It would probably, skipped writing, undervote. The lawyer in here may be able to answer better whether we use that actual term or whether we just describe how it's conducted. I will say that single transferable vote is currently used. Actually, the city of Cambridge uses it to select their city council. So it's been, technically speaking, there are several different flavors of single transferable vote. And the type we use is the type that Scotland uses, which is called the Scottish method.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Because of the compressed amount of time, if we wanted to understand this a little bit better, is there a place you can point us to so that we could get more information that you think is simple enough to make us understand it and maybe our constituents?
So you mean just the concept of ranked choice voting?
Right.
Fair Vote is an amazing resource. They've assisted multiple places in the country with learning what ranked choice voting is and adopting it in education. Minnesota comes to mind as a city that they've assisted, but certainly they've done it all over the country. So Fair Vote's an excellent resource. And of course, we have our very own New Hampshire Ranked Choice Voting, which has a website.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Stephen Bourne. We've got a couple of cards here. We're not too far behind on schedule because I did do a little extra time with this. But what I am going to ask as an indulgence for members of the public, please do not get up here and explain how ranked choice voting works. The representatives did a very good job of it. So we don't need to go through the mechanics of how it works, of like the concept. But if you have like why you like it or something specific about it, but this has been an issue with testimony on this bill in the past is members of the public will get up and just explain ranked choice voting again and again and again and again. It's like, so let's focus on what about it you like specifically. And I assume at this point, most of the members understand the mechanics of it in terms of basically the immediate runoff system. So if you have questions like Representative C had about logistics, stuff like that, totally fair and in the game. But as a matter of testimony, let's try to constrain it to why this is better and not how it works, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Stephen Bourne from Rye, and I'd like to share with you why I'd like the ability to have ranked choice voting in our community.
Totally great.
So I assume you've all been struggling with the table I gave you last week and wondering what that 53% number represented. And I assume you've all been staying up at night wondering why more than half the people that registered to vote in November at the polls registered undeclared. So more than half the people chose not to be registered as a Democrat or Republican. And I'll give you, what's happening in our community. One of our friends was on the conservation as an alternate. The committee had an open membership, and he decided to stand up and be a full-time member. He was attacked so viciously on Facebook that he dropped out. And we're seeing more and more of this. If you start driving around now, you'll start to see the March 11th campaign signs come up. They come up in little packs. So the house is either one of them or the house is one of them. And what's happening you got people like me and plenty of others, 40% of the state, neither of them represent how we feel and our voice. All right. So we've worked real hard in Rye to get voter turnout, the local election up. We've actually increased it by 50%. We've gone from just under 20% to just over 30%. All right. That still means about 70% of the people aren't voting. It's still a lot better than what's happening in the state primary, which is just over 20%. Move to September or June and maybe watch it drop down to 15%. All right. One of the things that we should all be able to agree to and all work together is to address what I believe is the biggest problem. It's a lack of participation and getting people to choose to spend more time either voting and participating, especially at the local level. All right, we're struggling to get people to run now because they're so afraid of being associated with one side or the other. All right, and so we're hoping that this will give them the opportunity that more people will step up. Now, I've been filing online opposing and supporting the bills that have been in front of this committee. Most of them, a lot of them, are solutions searching for a problem. Others are things that are not going to make it easier for people to participate. And that should be the thing that we all should be working on together. Everything that comes before this committee, will it help get more people to turn out and vote, more people to spend more of their time to pay attention to all of our government? So what we're asking is please give us the freedom to have the option of having ranked choice voting in our community. We have the new tabulators. I can't promise you it's going to get more people to turn out and participate, but let's please try it. Questions?
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Karishma Manuar. Close? No, not at all. And then on deck is Kathleen Begging.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's my first time, so if there's any process that I...
We are very kind and gentle. Go for it.
Okay. So first, I introduce myself?
Yep, and pull that mic down just a little bit because people at home everybody here in the room can hear you, but people at home are watching.
Okay. Hi, my name is Karishma Munzer. I'm from Exeter, New Hampshire. Across the country, we see that candidates can ignore the will of most voters and still win elections. Politics is tearing our society apart because elections aren't working for most of us. And many American voters are increasingly frustrated with partisan, toxic politics. Ranked choice voting will promote less negative campaigning while giving voters access to candidates with a broader range of ideas. Let me tell you a personal story. I participated in a town election where most voters preferred one of two highly qualified candidates who were well-regarded members of the community. Most voters did not prefer the third candidate who was running a divisive negative campaign. Sadly, the third candidate ended up winning with only 34% of the total votes. The other two candidates, as I mentioned, who were preferred by most voters, lost due to split voting, with each getting about 33% of the total votes. So similar to many other elections, the winner did not win as the choice of the absolute majority, but won because of plurality. In this town election, the option for ranked choice voting would have given voters the freedom to select a backup choice. HB 600, as all of you know, is only an enabling bill. It will allow municipalities like mine to ask voters whether they want to opt in for our local municipal elections. Our choice to opt in would not affect any other municipality. Thank you.
Okay, and would you like to take questions from the committee?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? So be nice. All right.
Be nice.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Kathleen Beggin, and then on deck is Tiana X. Coleman.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Beggin. I'm from Brentwood, New Hampshire, and I will be very brief. Again, this is also my first time doing this, so I just want to, give my support for giving the towns the option to adopt ranked choice voting. It promotes political competition and engagement across a diverse spectrum of political beliefs. The bill supports principle of local control and opt-in and gives voters more choice and therefore more of a voice in their elected officials. It does away with strategic voting where people are, feeling like they need to vote against a candidate. It lets voters vote their conscience. It levels the playing field, gives more people, an opportunity to run for office. And it assures that voters are electing candidates with the most voter support, as others have stated. Because ranked choice voting opens up a greater competition of ideas, giving constitutes a deeper, more nuanced expression of their real preferences. I would say politics aside, that's something that we can all support. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, and would you like to take any questions?
No. Thank you.
Awesome. Yes. They say there's no right answer, but there is a right answer. Next up, Tiani X. Coleman, and then Kaylee Estradio, and then last up will be Olivia Zink. Okay, that's fine. All right.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Election Law Committee. My name is Tiani Coleman, and I'm from Amherst, New Hampshire. I testify today in support of HB 600 FN, enabling ranked choice voting for municipal elections, on behalf of myself and on behalf as president of New Hampshire Ranked Choice Voting, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization composed 100% of citizen volunteers. I've provided 3 handouts to the committee. One is the testimonies that has been submitted online of Republican Josh Daniels, a former Utah County clerk who administered ranked choice voting for numerous municipalities when Utah first adopted a local option bill. 2, reasons to support HB 600. 3, a detail with a few graphs on how RCV works in single winner and multi-winner elections, as well as a sample ballot using chocolate, a sample ranked choice voting ballot. So please review these, as well as the online testimony of Deb Otis of Fair Vote, where she cites numerous exit polls and studies on the successes of ranked choice voting. And read, please, the thoughtful online statements in support of this bill by hundreds of New Hampshire citizens. HB 600 is a simple pro-liberty bill that should not be controversial and should have overwhelming, near unanimous support. It won't cost the state a dime. It doesn't mandate anything on anyone. HB 600 simply enables local municipalities to determine how to best meet their needs in their own local municipal elections, such as mayor, council, select board, clerk, moderator, etc. The only thing this bill does is give towns and cities permission to have an RCV ballot measure. If the bill passes, nothing changes unless and until a town or city proposes and passes a warrant article or local ballot measure opting in to using RCV for municipal elections only. One town or city has no effect on another town or city. Small towns may not have a need for this, but others do. Let's let towns decide. Some cities want to save money in their local elections by using ranked choice voting instead of runoff elections. Some towns would benefit from having more proportional representation in multi-winner races, so that all people from the various factions in town feel represented. I first learned about ranked choice voting in 2002, serving in the Republican Party in Utah, where we used RCV in convention for a 12-candidate U.S. congressional race and for an 8-candidate gubernatorial race in 2004. Voters liked ranked choice, liked ranking candidates, and the candidates felt like it was fair. Josh Daniels, who I referred to, he shows how easy the process was to implement and administer in municipalities in a county of about 350,000 registered voters, a very conservative county. Studies show that voters find RCV easy to understand and use. Election results for ranked choice voting can be instant, especially in a municipal election. Ranked choice voting has very low error rates, can be hand counted, is fully transparent, and can be audited and recounted without incident. The experience of county clerks all around the country where ranked choice voting has been implemented is similar to what Josh Daniels explains. At first, they're worried. They don't want it. They think it's going to be a disaster. And then they always find out it's easy, simple, it runs without a hitch, and then they become a big fan. Salt Lake County also used ranked choice voting, and they had instant results the night of the election. As the results were coming in, it automatically showed the results, and not just like the final numbers, but you can see the full results, exactly where the votes are going in each round. It's really awesome. RCV, we've already said, it's reaching 51 American jurisdictions. It's home to nearly 14 million voters in the U.S. That includes 2 statewide uses, 3 countywide uses, 46 citywide uses that have already been used, plus many more coming this year, next year. Military and overseas voters use it in 6 states and 1 city. There's no worry about voter and administrator education. There are a lot of great groups out there that will fully educate for free the voters and the people who need to administer the elections. It's very simple. So ranked choice voting is fully constitutional. It's been tested in the courts. It's been tested many places. As I said in Deb Otis's testimony, she talks about how big countries for years have been hand counting ranked choice voting. It's very easy. It encourages competition, healthy competition, without the problem of vote splitting, and it ensures that everyone's vote matters and that the candidate with the most support wins. I'm happy to answer any questions about how ranked choice voting works, or about election administration, or where it's used, or the results of the exit polls and the studies that have been done.
Okay. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you for taking my question. When you go beyond the first round, can you explain, like, everybody can see those, that's pretty transparent. What happens if you have to go to the second round? I mean, you said, can you just, is it transparent? Does it happen like in the voting box? I mean, what happens?
Yes. So there's different ways to do it. Once again, the towns can decide which offices they're going to use it for and all of that. So if you have a machine that is able to do it, it will tabulate it. As Representative Reed said, you do need to centralize it if you get to the ranked choice vote, but you don't need to centralize it to start with. The machine runs the first count exactly the way the counts are used now, and you often can get a winner just from those first counts. If you need to run the rounds, then you do need to centralize. All you do is centralize a little drive that's in the machine, but the memory still stays with the machine, and the ballots still stay in the place where they started. And then you centralize it to the town clerk or the town moderator, and you can run that drive through a software that is open source, completely open. You can see exactly what's happening. And then it produces a cast vote record. So you actually get a more complete picture of what has happened in the election than we do now. It's obviously, of course, anonymous. You don't know who voted how, but you do know how every voter cast their rankings, and you can see exactly how the rankings worked. And during your break, we can do a chocolate election with the ballot that you have, and tabulate it right here in front of you. You can see how it works in each round.
Okay, further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Kaylee Estradio.
Thank you, Chairman Barry and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kaylee Estradio. I am a public policy fellow with Open Democracy and a Durham voter. I just have very brief testimony to read today from Corrine Dodge of Derry, New Hampshire. She says, as a New Hampshire constituent and voter, I am asking you to support HB 600. As you know, this bill does not require any New Hampshire city or town to adopt a ranked choice voting system, but rather enables the citizens of New Hampshire municipalities to use the system for local elections if they so choose. If you believe that local elections should be run by local government with the approval of the Secretary of State, you should not be afraid to vote in support of this bill. My understanding is that ranked choice voting serves to encourage increased voter participation as citizens start to realize that their vote does count, and to discourage negative campaigning by candidates in the hopes of gaining secondary choice status from voters. The most important reason that I support ranked choice voting is that the winner of elections has the support of the majority of voters. This is a nonpartisan bill and has bipartisan support. Please support HB 600. And I won't be taking questions.
Love it. All right, last up is Olivia Zink.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink, a voter in Franklin, Executive Director of Open Democracy. And Open Democracy is a nonpartisan, nonprofit, pro-voter organization. The last I looked was December of 2022. Ranked choice voting was reaching 62 American jurisdictions and over 3 million voters in this country, 2 states, 2 counties, and 58 cities or municipal elections. And overseas and military voters use ranked choice voting in 6 states. Cambridge, Massachusetts has used ranked choice voting since 1941 successfully for their city council and their school committees. Ranked choice voting is very nonpartisan. It gives voters more choices and a greater voice at the poll. Under this system, you rank your preferences and it's really avoids candidates, people who vote for the, I don't like this guy, so I'm going to vote for the other person. And a lot of voters go to the poll and vote that way. And it also is a solution to voter apathy. I'll just tell one quick story. With the first time I ran for city council in the city of Franklin, there were 3 candidates for city council. I think I won because the other 2 got more votes than I did, but I won by 17 votes because I was the top vote getter. Ranked choice voting does decrease polarization because when you're talking to voters, maybe you're not their first choice, but you could say, could I be your second choice? And gives you a chance to introduce yourself, and also less confrontational and less negative campaigning. I'm sure you've heard lots of voters that are sick and tired of negative ads during campaign season, and ranked choice voting does result in more positive campaigns in the jurisdictions where it's used. Ranked choice voting is possible for you to pick, 2 Republicans or the Democrat and rank the other candidates. Most of the local elections are nonpartisan. And I think this also just is an opt-in and allows local communities to do this. And it also will give voters more confidence in their elections. Thank you for your time.
Okay,
And I won't take questions.
It's great. It's great. Dang. Okay, I don't have any other cards. Go for it.
Thank you for recognizing me again, Mr. Chair. The question that was asked earlier was, is single transferable vote mentioned? I think in a previous iteration of the bill, this is like my 10th version of this bill. We did, but in this version, it is only described, not named. On page 4, lines 17 through 27, that paragraph that's labeled B, lowercase b, that paragraph describes the method of Scottish version of single transferable vote. Page 4, 17 through 27. And with that, I'll end. I'll just say ranked choice voting is the highest definition picture of the will of the electorate.
Okay, and with that, we will close the public hearing for House Bill 600. On the blue sheet was 5 in support, 0 opposed. Online was 664 in support, 33 opposed, and 0 neutral. With that, we will open the the public hearing of House Bill 412 relative to elections and appointments to fill vacancies of local cooperative school districts. And Representative Spill, as I say, I saw you on the bill, but I didn't see your card. There we go. We'll recognize Representative Spilsbury for the purpose of introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My first visit with the Election Law Committee. So this bill, 412, has 2 purposes associated to each other by virtue of the fact that both of them deal with the composition of a school board in a cooperative school district. These proposals were in bills that last year went to the Education Committee, went to interim study, and were recommended for future legislation in the Education Committee last fall. What they do is very simple. The explanation of why they're needed perhaps take a little bit more time. First, you'll see on line 16 and 17 that if a district has made the decision to allocate seats on the school board by town or by prior district, this is saying that they have to be elected exclusively within their own district. So, for example, I represent Charlestown Unity Newport. Newport has its own school district, simple, no problems. Charlestown is a member of the Fall Mountain Regional School District, 5 towns, 7-member school board, 2 seats at large, 1 allocated to each town, each prior district. There's quite a dispersion of student population amongst those towns. Charlestown has 46%, Walpole about 32%, And then 3 towns together make up the balance, 2 of which are extremely small. But each town gets 1 seat. And in Fall Mountain District, and I've learned since developing this bill in many other districts, the Charlestown seat is elected by all the voters of the district, all 5 towns. The little tiny towns, Ackworth or Langdon, have their member elected from the entire district. That creates some very anomalous results. Essentially, the larger towns can tell the smaller towns who their representative is going to be. But even in the case of Charlestown, several times in the last half dozen years, the voters of Charlestown in a contested election choose candidate A, and the other 4 towns representing 55% of the aggregate vote select somebody different. So I think the first part of the bill is simply to ensure that the town's voters get to choose their own representative and not have that outcome driven by the other towns in the district. The second part of the bill, which you'll find on lines 26 to 28, is a little more nuanced. And what that says is that in a cooperative school district that has at-large seats, when a member holding an at-large seat resigns midterm and the vacancy is to be filled, which I understand generally, it's certainly true in Fall Mountain, is filled by the remaining members of the school board. This amendment says that the candidates that they can choose from and the candidate they appoint has to come from the same town as the domicile of the member who has just resigned, whose position is being filled. The purpose of that is, again, to maintain the dynamic balance of a board. So where you have a board, again, using Fall Mountain as an example, where every town, regardless of its size, is assigned 1 seat, the importance of the at-large seats is that they tend to maintain a balance. And typically, the electoral dynamics in that district are that 1 at-large seat is held by a Charlestown representative and 1 by a Walpole representative, and that at least does a partial rebalancing. But when one of those at-large members resigns, the remaining school board members, who are predominantly from other towns, I have found empirically often are tempted to appoint whoever their closest comrade is, and that's often somebody who was defeated in a prior election. And there have been all kinds of weird efforts to shift the balance away from the town that has the dominant population towards others. So 2 different bills that have been combined into one. If you have reservations, I am happy to help fashion an amendment. If you decide that you like one of these proposals and you're uncomfortable with the other, please split them and advance the one that you are in consensus on. I'm glad to take any questions.
All right. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you for taking my question. This is something that's a little out of our realm, so
I think the Education Policy and Administration Committee was surprised that it didn't go to them, but you're the lucky
or
one.
municipal and county, who knows? It seems to me that if you're giving the smallest town, I think you mentioned Ackworth, the same number, the same voice that you're giving Charlestown, which has 46%, that seems a bit disproportional to me in making decisions if they are, I'm assuming, not putting in as much money and they don't have as many students, but yet they're getting more of a voice than perhaps.
Well, I would agree with you. And in that example, Ackworth, which has about 7 or 8% of the students, has the same voice as Charlestown with 46. These are historic anomalies that have derived from the formation of districts. In the case of Fall Mountain in 1966, that was part of the bargain of bringing the communities together. And I think it would be an interesting topic to completely re-examine that, but it is also a function of the Articles of Agreement. And what I'm trying to do is accept that history, but temper the worst temptations.
Further, yes, Representative Lane, follow up.
Again, thank you. I'll never mind.
All right, further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Spilsbury. I only have one of the pink card, Representative
you.
Timothy Horgan.
I'm Representative Timothy Horgan, Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham, and as I mentioned before, that's the largest town in the Oyster River Cooperative School District. So we have, I think, roughly 2/3 of the population. And although Lee and Madbury both are well represented in the school board's proceedings, obviously Durham has a disproportionate influence, and that's not entirely inappropriate. We're a democracy, and we have more people than the others. And luckily, although there's a lot of different opinions on how to run the school district among the people, it's not necessarily geographically concentrated in one town or another. And we have one fairly small town, which is Madbury, although it's about 5% of the population. But there are other much smaller towns in Madbury that are part of cooperative school districts. Well, the smallest incorporated town's Hart's location, and I think it's Ellsworth, don't seem to have cooperative school districts. They just have their own school district and tuition to neighboring communities. But like Roxbury, population 220, which is the third largest town in the state, is part of the Monadnock School District. The Orange, which is the fifth smallest community in the state, is part of the Mascoma Valley School District, which I'm familiar with because I used to work in Enfield, which is where the Mascoma Valley High School is, and used to live in the next town over in Lebanon. And they have, I know in the case of Mascoma Valley, they have members from all 5 towns in the district, including Orange, which is very small, and Grafton, which is not much bigger. And so if there was a vacancy and somebody happened to live in Grafton or Canaan, Canaan's not really the problem, but Orange, they would have to find somebody else from that exact town, whether it be Grafton or Orange. And the population of the towns is so small, there may not necessarily be anybody who's interested in serving on the school board or anybody who's qualified to be in the school board amongst the population of the town. So they might have a hard time finding someone suitable to appoint. And that would be even worse if someplace as small as Hart's location happened to be in a cooperative school district, which happily, for the purpose of the bill, they're not. So the second part of the bill, line 26 to 28, if you move forward with it, you would probably have to have some sort of a fallback position for if nobody actually wants to be on the school board in those towns. And also, the first part of it, which is the problem with an early bill, talked about you could get into huge one-person, one-point votes if you do that. For example, like the charter of the Oyster River School District, Lee and Madbury, I think they're guaranteed a seat in the school district. So if only the voters in Madbury were voting, they'd have about, you'd have a population deviation of, I don't know, like 40,000% or something, way above the standard plus or minus 5% or plus or minus 10%. So that's just... So that's a big problem with both of these things. And I don't know how often it's necessary. Usually, as I said, usually the educational needs of the smaller towns are similar to those of the larger towns. So there isn't usually necessarily going to be that much geographical dissension. And if there is, it's difficult, but it is possible to split the cooperative school district into, smaller pieces. So I would just say, Bill, it's probably not worth moving forward with it. And if it do, obviously you're going to want to retain it and tweak the language of it, even if you like the idea behind the bill. So I just think it's problematic. So if I was on the committee and an ought to pass came by, I would probably vote no on it. So thanks. I'd be happy to take any questions if anybody has them.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Not that I can answer them, but thanks.
No worries. All right, with that, we will close the public hearing for House Bill 412. There was no one on the blue sheet, and online it was, I don't know why I clicked off of it. 412. Online, no, we're not. I'm sorry. No, we're on 412. No. Hold on a second. Okay. On that makes sense. There's 1 in support, 13 opposed, 1 neutral. When I loaded it up, it said there were 600 in support. And it's a lot of some glitch because that was I'm glad I made it refresh because there was not that much traffic on the bill. Okay, we're going to close 412. And we will open up the public hearing on House Bill 429 relative to amending the term length of county commissioners. And who is here for the introduction of 429? Let's see who the sponsor is. Barton. Okay. Is Mr. Barton or Mr. Delamus here? Miss Delamus here. No. Representative Toner, can you do the old introduction?
Representative Toner, I'm from Belknap 4, town of Belknap, Belmont. I'd like to introduce House Bill 429, and I will not be taking questions.
It's the best introduction. All right, we will start off with our own Representative Mike Boulette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. I'll be very brief. I do not support HB 429, and I'll explain quickly why. We are varied across the state, north to south, east to west. Last year, Coos County put a bill in, the delegation, to change our elected officials, our register of deeds, our sheriff, our treasurer, our county attorney, to go from a 2-year term to a 4-year term, because we felt it was very important to have some continuity, and we thought we could attract better candidates for those positions. It passed, it was signed, so that's the way it is in Coos County. We never assumed that it was going to be the best for every county. Right now, I am the co-chair of the delegation. We have a very good working relationship with our county commissioners. We have no issues. We'd like to keep the system the same. And the biggest thing is having continuity and having the terms being a little bit longer, that 2-year to 4-year term. I would suggest if the sponsor of the bill is having problems in his county, put a bill in to change your county. But to have something widespread across the state because you're having a problem isn't, in my opinion, the solution. Thank you.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes, I will.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Gilmore.
Is there any other county that has a 4-year term?
From what I understand, Rockingham does.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the only thing about this is not really related to the bill, but something to note is when they adopt these 4-year, especially for the county commissioners, when they adopt these 4-year terms, it does create headaches in redistricting because their district will change while they're serving, and it creates legal questions. But that's not relative to the bill. Just something to when other counties are considering this, you have to consider the math, and it's impossible to get it to work because there's 10 years every redistricting and 4-year intervals. It doesn't work. Anyways, next up is Representative Timothy Horgan. Sorry, I just felt the need to opine that. Has nothing to do with the bill.
Yep. So I'm continue to be Representative Timothy Oregon from Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham. And Stratford County was a county that originally, till a few years ago, didn't have any county commissioner districts, but that's not really affected by this bill. So this bill, of course, probably should have been a municipal and county government. And actually, they had the two sponsors had a bill about the Grafton County Commission, which, they didn't actually show up to introduce the bill, but it got a lot of opposition from Grafton County and statewide. But that's municipal and county government's problem. So and also, so it's fairly unlikely, as far as I know, there's any support in Grafton County or any other county, for making all the county commissioner terms 2 years. A number of counties do have 4-year terms for county commission. So there doesn't seem to be any public outcry for this. So and also, even if you decide you like the idea and want to move forward with it, the way it's drafted, I think it's problematic. You could probably just do the whole thing by one line, but just saying all county commissioners have 2-year terms. It might need a little bit more detail to deal with the existing 4-year terms, but that could probably be done much more simply than having this list A through I, which, by the way, is not in any discernible order. So, Hillsborough, Carroll, Stratford ends with Coos and Grafton. So I have no idea why it's in that order, although that's a problem with other law related to county commissioners. So I would say this is a fundamentally unnecessary bill. And even if I'm wrong and it is necessary, you could take those 23 lines and combine them into 2 or 3 and have a much cleaner way of doing it, especially if Stratford County goes back at some point in the future to having an at-large district, or if any other county is an at-large district, the language over here would probably kind of break. Whereas if you just want to say all county commissioners have 2-year districts, you should probably just say that. But I think you should leave the law alone, because there's no support for, as far as I know, there's no support for changing any of the existing 4-year county commissioners terms back to 2 years, except by the sponsors who, for whatever reason, are not even here and weren't here for another related bill that they had in municipal and county government. So I would urge you to ITL this bill. And thanks. If I have any questions, I can answer them maybe.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Speaker Steve Sirtliff. I hit him with speaker, which is better than honorable. You missed that. It's speaker, because I believe you get the title for life.
Yeah, that's what they tell me.
You got to grab the mic, yeah.
That it's a lifetime title. I don't know if there's any analogy between me being here and a thief returning to the scene of the crime, but it's a pleasure to see you all. I'm going to follow my friend from Stewartstown and my brevity. For the record, my name's Steve Shortliff. I'm a resident of Ward 1 of Concord, the village of Pennacook. And last November, after 20 years in the House, I was elected to Merrimack County Commission. And having spent 20 years going to county delegation meetings, I felt being elected as a commissioner, I knew everything I needed to know through that. And as soon as I got elected, I realized how much I didn't know. And I've been very fortunate. I happen to be a Democrat. My 2 other commissioners are Republicans. And they have become friends. But even more so, they've become mentors to me, along with our outstanding county employees. I'm going to end right there, but I'm just going to say I'm sure the sponsors of this bill had a good intention, but apparently it seems to be a solution to a problem that just doesn't exist. And I would ask this committee to please vote ITL. And I'd be glad to take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, are there questions? Seeing none, and welcome back to the State House.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Raymond Foreman. And then last on deck is Kate Horgan.
So Raymond Gorman, my hometown is Colebrook, New Hampshire. I'm a county commissioner in Coos County for District 3. My district's a large district. It starts at the southern end of the county at Carroll up to Gorham, and then we switch over and we have all the rest of the northern. My district is to Pittsburgh, Colebrook, Stewartstown, etc. I think I have 18 unincorporated towns. So our county is with the unincorporated towns adds a whole nother element to county government. We're selectmen for all those communities, the 20 plus unincorporated towns. What it takes to learn, I was fortunate that my first term, I'm now in my second term, was a 4-year term. And came in 2020. I had COVID, so my first year was a lost year spent on a computer screen. And there's a learning curve to being a county commissioner, and I think that the continuity is something that we really need to talk about here, is to have at least one commissioner there after each election that has experience. All right. It's worked well in Coas. We have 2 nursing homes as well, and it's just, there's no need to change this. The work that the folks did last year with the county treasurer, sheriff, et cetera, like that, was well received and well supported. So we weren't looking for any changes on the county commissioner level at that time, and are absolutely not looking for any changes today. Pretty simple. I can get into more details if you like, and be glad to answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last up is Kate Horgan. Representative Guskowski, if you could grab that. Is that written testimony?
It is. I know. I'm bad. I didn't do it correctly.
It's all right. We won't hold it against you too much.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. My name is Kate Horgan, representing the New Hampshire Association of Counties, and I am pinch hitting for Commissioner Tom Borello from Rockingham County this afternoon. He apologizes. He had a electrician job that he got called to. So he did ask me to step in and offer testimony on behalf of the association. The association is opposed to this bill. There are 8 counties that currently have a 4-year float. The commissioners did a great job talking about continuity. Commissioner Tom Borello did ask me to highlight Rockingham County in particular. Rockingham County does not have a county administrator that runs the day-to-day operations. The commissioners run the day-to-day operations in Rockingham County. So having that floating 4-year term is really important. Right now, they're in the middle of a very large building project that is happening that is going to house deeds and the sheriff's office and a couple other county facilities. And having someone there after each election while they're going through this construction process is extremely important to them. So the association asks that you ITL the bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Online, I don't have any more pink cards. Online, there was 2 in support, 10 opposed. On the blue sheet was 0 in support and 1 opposed, not speaking. With that, we will close the public hearing for House Bill 429, and we will stand in recess until House Bill 333. But I have a statement I want to make because this has come up a couple times today. Election law is Section 63 of the New Hampshire RSA. It covers every RSA, Chapter 252 to 270, just Chapter 652 to 671. So anything in there is election law. And a couple times today, people said, I don't know why this bill's an election law. You're literally amending an RSA where the title of the chapter is town elections. So it is most certainly in our purview. Please, committee members, stop trying to give away our authority. We have that entire section, 652, all the way to 671. If you amend that section, it's coming to us. And with that, I will see you at 2:10. Okay. It's House Bill. Woo. It's 210. It's time for House Bill 333. I'm going to open the public hearing for House Bill 333, requiring moderators to designate a space for electioneering at polling places and provide a schematic thereof. And I will recognize Representative Rich Nalavenko for the purpose of introduction. Welcome to election law. We haven't seen you yet this year, right?
Yes, that's correct.
There you go.
So good afternoon, Chairman Barry and members of the Election Law Committee. Thank you for your time today. My name is Rich Nalavenko and I represent Cheshire District 9, which includes the towns of Elstead, Gilsum, Marlow, and Stoddard. I should add that while I'm a first-term legislator, and I should, ask for some latitude because I'm still feeling my way around on the processes and the rules. But I'm also a 6 or 7 time, who's counting, candidate for office. So I have some experience related to this subject, and I'm sure everybody in this committee room, as well as everybody in the legislature, has. I'm here to introduce House Bill 333 as the prime sponsor. Before I start my comments on the bill before you, I'd like to commend the committee for its ongoing work to ensure overall election integrity, which is vital to maintaining a vibrant democratic republic. A key part of your committee is balancing two important and sometimes competing interests: protecting the rights of voters to be able to access polling places free of harassment or intimidation, while at the same time upholding the First Amendment right of free speech afforded to candidates for public office who desire to provide information at polling places on Election Day to interested voters. To quote Thomas Jefferson, "An informed citizen is at the heart of a dynamic democracy," unquote. While the existing language in RSA 659-43 is generally sound and adequately covers the voter access issue, some additional clarification regarding the free speech rights of candidates is required to restore balance in the law. House Bill 333 is a straightforward and necessary minor amendment to RSA 659-43 to minimize confusion and contention between various stakeholder groups at New Hampshire polling places by more clearly and effectively identifying and marking electioneering spaces on Election Day and communicating to the public in advance the location of these spaces, as is already the clear intention of the underlying statute. This is particularly important in communities, primarily in rural areas such as those in my district, that often change polling places in years when there is a presidential election. House Bill 333 is a simple, common sense solution that improves transparency and accountability and clarifies access for candidates and the voting public to our polling places, preserves First Amendment protections to all involved, and reduces confusion that has previously led to contentious situations between poll workers, public officials, candidates, campaign volunteers, and the public at large. It will have the added benefit of aiding the oversight responsibilities of the Secretary of State and reducing complaints. I would add that here is essentially little or no cost of implementing House Bill 333. I would also add, and I have written testimony, which I'll leave on the table, but I also add that I've had discussions with the Secretary of State, both before I drafted the original legislation and actually before I came in here to testify today. And the Secretary of State has really no objections or problems with the bill as written. I would be happy to, I'm also going to leave a copy of an interesting article entitled "The Role of the Moderator as an Election Official." And this is reprinted with the permission of the New Hampshire Bar Journal and the New Hampshire Bar Association. And I think I found it very educational in spite of what I thought I knew about the various roles of election officials. So I only have one copy of that. I'll leave it if anybody's interested. Be happy to arrange additional copies. But to quote from that, because I've also consulted with people who are moderators, I've tried to do my homework on this subject matter. And there's a quote in here that's kind of interesting. And one of the objections that I heard from a moderator in my own delegation was that gee, you know, moderators, you're just trying to load some more things for a moderator to do, and moderators are busy as it is on election day. And there's an interesting quote in this article that says, quote, on the local level, the city or town clerks, the selectmen, city councils or their counterparts, and the supervisors of the checklist have far more to do and far more rules to follow in the conduct of an election than does the moderator. It is overly simplistic, but not entirely inaccurate, to say that the moderator shows up on the morning of the election prior to the opening of the polls, stays most of the day, except and unless he appoints a moderator pro tem for a time when he's absent from the polling place to eat lunch or to tend to his horses, and remains after the close of the voting until the results of any elections which are determined by the district which the moderator supervises have been determined and announced by the moderator. Since a moderator cannot by law serve as a selectman, town treasurer, trustee of trust funds, collector of taxes, highway agent, or supervisor of the checklist, he or she is unlikely to have any other significant official interest in the election process. And I read that only to kind of address what I suspect are, you know, the objections of people that are moderators about being overloaded with work. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I urge this committee to support a recommendation of ought to pass OTP for House Bill 333. And thank you on behalf of everyone committed to improving election laws in our state. Respectfully submitted, Rich Nelevenko, Cheshire 9.
Okay, and will you be taking questions, Representative?
Yes, sir.
I guess that's yes. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What I've been finding, I haven't tried to run as often as you have, 2 elections so far. And what I find is there's a breakdown in our problems. We have the people running and the people who are voting or just there. We have a conflict, very, very strong conflict in enforcement between the First Amendment rights and someone running. A candidate running seems to be a whole different setting. Do you see, what problem is this addressing?
Well, it's fundamentally addressing a number, and I've run, as I said, 6 or 7 times, and have run into various and sundry situations where it's not clear. As I said, one problem is that elections in small towns tend to shift their voting place between the presidential year and the off year, simply because the size of the electorate that turns out is different. One year, it may be in our case of one of the small towns in our district, it's held at the town hall. In the presidential year, it's held at a school. New candidates especially, and I would point out that I think on average the House of Representatives body turns over about 30% of the people in office every 2 years. And so you have a lot of new people who are new to the process and they're trying to fill out, and it would be helpful to everybody to have clarity on, you know, where I'm voting, what the overall physical layout is, where I'm allowed to be, where I'm not allowed to be. And I've found over the several years, some moderators or towns in this case do a great job of marking out with tape on the ground, and where you can visibly see the corridor that's provided in terms of protecting access, unimpeded access by people going to the polls, and also electioneering. And I will also point out that the underlying law has specific requirements for the candidates in terms of being able to reach the electorate without interfering with access in a normal speaking voice. And I could name several situations where even though the area wasn't marked out, the moderator would come out and say, this is the area that I'm, quote, designating for campaigning. And that is what the change in the legislation. Designate is a little bit fuzzy language when I looked up the dictionary definition. So somebody verbally designating it satisfies the language the way it currently sits. On the other hand, designate and the clarification is, hey, mark it out so it's clear. Nobody has any objection as to where it is, and that's the clarity part of the addition to this RSA. So there are I've had a case where a moderator told me I set up, there was nothing marked out. I went to set up a table to campaign. The moderator came out and literally said to me, nope, you can't be there. You've got to be 1,000 yards from the school. And I looked at him and I said, that can't be right. And 1,000 yards would have put me down on Route 10. And that's, and the case, I've been the moderator for 20 years and I know what the rules are. And I said, please go get the rule book. While he was away, I called the Secretary of State's hotline. And at that time, I think Mr. Scanlon was the Assistant Attorney General, now the Attorney General. He picked up the phone. Is he here? Oh yeah. Okay, so if I'm misquoting you, yeah, I got him on the line while the guy was gone and explained the situation, and he said, please put him on the line and I'll sort him out, which quite, I would say to his credit, didn't take very much time for him to sort it out. But still, that resulted in kind of intimidating candidates. Nobody showed up at that particular polling place over several cycles because the word got around that the moderator was going to put him someplace and didn't want to go through the hassle. So that's a long-winded, I don't know if I've answered your question, but there are and there are some safety issues as well. I had people helping with my campaign who were literally in the town of Stoddard put down in an area right alongside Route 123. And every time a truck came by, it kind of, moved the volunteers. Anyhow, so there are a whole host of issues that would, I think, help to spell out things in a manner that everybody understood clearly what the rules, the regs called for. So is that more than sufficient to answer your
thank
question? You're welcome.
All right. Further questions from the committee? Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. My concern is you want this done within 5 days of the end of the filing period, but the town may not have actually finalized where they're having the election or other aspects of the building that the election is going to be held in. It would seem like this ought to be within 5 days of the election occurring.
Well, I think I would disagree that most towns know where they're gonna hold the election, and mostly it has to do with an assessment of if it's an off-year election, or if they have a particularly contentious issue on the local ballot. And we had that case in Elstead a number of years ago where what was driving the turnout was a totally local issue. And the town realized that well in advance and changed the location. So I don't think that that's a particular issue unless you know of some specific example. So they usually know well in advance where they're going to hold the election.
I can actually name an example. Representative Guskowski, when he ran in his special, we didn't know where the voting location was going to be. So it actually does happen. Representative Newsom.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Do you think that the $1,000 fine will have a chilling effect on people running for moderator?
Now, and I discussed this with when I was preparing the bill and doing my homework. So the reason that's in there, one of the things, and from experience, and I won't go into a lot of the detail, one of the things as legislators that we have to be conscious of when we write legislation, and I've run into this numerous times, we pass the legislation, we don't specify either what the penalty, have a penalty provision in the law, and then furthermore, we don't specify who's responsible for enforcement. And so when I was going through with the, the Office of Legislative Services or whatever, the suggestion was that, and that, by the way, the language says up to 1,000. And so my expectation is that there would be discretion exercised, and normally I wouldn't think you'd run into a situation where you'd be required to have the penalty enforced unless it was really an egregious situation. And I think I would rely on the judgment of people enforcing this provision to be sensible about it. So it doesn't specify that it would be 1,000. It says up to, and that's all the way from 0, to sorting it out amicably without a fine, to any amount in between 0 and 1,000. So I don't think it necessarily has a chilling effect, but it does have a provision in there that says, hey, you can ignore the law and not have any consequence. Does that answer your question?
It does, but it's still a major concern of mine, that's all. As somebody who's been a school moderator for 10 years, this would have a chilling effect on me. And I would also, well, it's not I don't have a question there, so sorry, Mr. Chairman.
It's school vacation week. Things are happening. I'm taking questions from from there. Further questions from the committee? Oh, see, that was you. I don't know. That was you. Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Representative Timothy Horgan.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan, Stratford County District 10, and actually this is the last bill I'm planning to testify in. So you probably seen more than enough from me, but I always enjoy coming to election law. This was my first committee that I served on now 9th. I'm now in my 9th term, actually. Hard to, time flies when you're having fun. But anyway, I'm not sure the anecdote about Representative Navaleko being told he had to be 1,000 feet away from the polling place, that coincidentally is the radius specified in the Federal Gun-Free Schools Act. So I don't know whether that had anything to do with why the moderate. Okay. So that may or may not have anything to do with it. Probably if you want to look at that anecdote in more detail, you'd probably have a work session and try to sort out exactly what it is that the moderator said, if you can figure it out. But this issue has been near and dear to my heart. Well, recently, because I had the gun-free polling place bill, which was turned down, well, basically on party lines. 5 Democrats crossed over, and so it went down to ignominious defeat and did not go to this committee, but rather criminal justice. So that's a subject I've been thinking about, hopefully. And in that particular one, I limited my bill just to the 100-foot radius, traditional 100-foot radius around the polling place, which is where the electioneering is not supposed to take place. So that's sort of been the custom. And this bill, one of the reasons I did that was just to simplify things for gun owners who might even be choosing to electioneer. You do occasionally see a candidate who feels the need to open carry his or her firearm at the polling place, which luckily doesn't happen too often because it really doesn't gain you any votes. You probably can only lose votes by wearing a gun in a place where you might have some voters who don't like their candidate open carrying a gun at a place where you usually don't see guns, such as at the local school. So that's something a moderator might actually need to think about. That might be the moderator certainly threatening or harassing voters, shouldn't be allowed at the polling place even with the electioneering era, although I suppose if it's being carried out, if the person's wearing a gun, then you get Second Amendment issues. So that on top of all the First Amendment issues and everything else. So so I think it looks like this definitely would be an unfunded mandate. The cost may be minimal, but I think they would be non-zero because they have to draw up this plan. They have to post it on the website, submit it to the Secretary of State. So there is a finite cost in this, and they should have an FN, even though it probably would have said minimal or indeterminable. So that's one reason not to do it. And apparently now you would only be able to sign hold and do other electioneering activities within that defined area, where now you can do it anywhere in the general vicinity of the polling place, as long as it's not within the specified radius, which is usually pretty clearly designated by signs on either side of the entrances to the polling place. So it's usually pretty easy to figure out where you can electioneer and where you can't. And actually, with my guns at the polling place bill, that was one of the considerations behind it. I was trying to craft it so that the gun owner, presumably, he or she may not be aware that it's election day, but if they do wander near the polling place, they should be able to see the signs. They should also be able to see the candidates and other individuals standing 101 feet from the doors. So that should be a sign that they're just trying to prevent them from wandering, into the polling place as defined in that bill. So I think the existing law is pretty clear on like where you can hold your signs, where you can try to talk to the voters. Although I don't know about Reverend Navalecko, but I find the voters are usually happy to talk, usually happy to see the candidates, regardless of where they're voting for. But I don't really know if there's a whole lot of substantive debating going on. I don't think that many voters are making their decision based on what the candidate says while they're like walking into the polling place. I think they've usually decided who they're going to vote for before they get out of the parking lot and start walking to the polling place. I might also add a lot of people seem to detour around us. So there's some people who just don't want to talk to us at all. So I don't think that's really a big part of it. It's something you should be able to do. It's part of the campaign. I don't think that's like a huge part of the campaign. So if you're relying on like your conversations with the voters at the polling place to convince them to vote for you, I think probably you started your campaign a little bit too late. But so that's I'm worried about just sort of designating a circumscribed area, and then apparently you can't electioneer outside of that. And also, I'm going to say that criminal penalty, that's a pretty excessive criminal penalty, and it seems to apply not just to the moderator, but seem to other people. Apparently he's a very nice man. I'd hate to he certainly doesn't deserve to be prosecuted. Apparently you could try to prosecute the Secretary of State, or even a candidate or whoever else. So that's the criminal penalty is pretty excessive. So I would say this bill is unnecessary. Our polling places are reasonably orderly, and I think it actually creates less space for you to hold your signs, talk to the voters, and do all the things people like to do on election day. So I would say I advise you to ITL that bill, and so that's what I have to say. And you're done with me for the day, so you can enjoy the rest of the afternoon without me. And if you want to ask me any questions, I can try to answer them.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Senator Tim McGue. Welcome to House Election Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you all. Thanks for working on the vacation week, keeping such an aggressive schedule. My first appearance here in election law. I have some written testimony which I'll hand in, but I don't think I'll read it. Kind of a numbers guy, so I'll just talk to you a little bit about. First of all, I'm Senator Tim McGue from Merrimack. I represent District 11, Merrimack, Milford, Amherst, and Wilton. And I haven't been through nearly as many elections as many of you, but after 10 elections over 29 years, I've had the first 6 had 1 or 2 polling places. It varied a little bit. The next 2 had 3 polling places, and the next one had 6 over 14 hours. So as you can see, it kind of varies a bit. And at each one of those, the first 9 had the same moderator at the main polling place. And the story was always, that's always the way we've done things until somebody came up, and which was okay. It was nice to have a bit of consistency, but local knowledge and knowledge of the history books was everything until you tried to have a bit of a creative twist on how things, how you might campaign or electioneer. And then there was a need for some rules to be set forth. And to me, it never mattered what the specific rules were as long as they were communicated effectively in advance, stayed the same during the campaign and the polling place and were equally enforced. And that was often the problem, was deciding on them and communicating them until our moderator distributed a schematic diagram. So much to my surprise, in this bill, there is a call for that. I've read through, and Secretary Scanlon knows we've had numerous discussions on this topic over the last 3 or 4 years. I've read through the lengthy moderator manual, which is very, very thorough and an excellent, excellent guide for our moderators who have an incredible amount of power and an incredible amount of responsibility. And in my opinion, by and large, do an amazing job dealing with incredible, very a wide variety of situations. And I think that's part of what makes it difficult to legislate some of these requirements, because every polling place is different, and polling hours are different, and Wilton Town Hall is tiny, and Merrimack has 3 polling places, and so things are different. So moderators have to have sound judgment, and that's why they're elected, and they have to have the flexibility. But, and here's the but, candidates, like we've heard in testimony, and we all know, candidates come and go, and there's 30% turnover. So there isn't always that local knowledge. You don't always know exactly what the rules are. So the ability to look at a schematic, know where you're supposed to stand, how you're allowed or not allowed to engage a voter, so you can plan in advance, and everybody has that level playing field, would be tremendously helpful and fair. And frankly, it's just common sense. So if you can set up the day before, or you can't set up until 5:59 a.m. when the polling place opens at 6, fair is fair. Everybody's on a level playing field. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. So I think that's what this bill attempts to do. And there's I'll call it a companion bill. It's Senate Bill 216, which I hope I'll get a chance to present to you. I've got to make it through the other body first, but myself and 6 of my Senate colleagues and a couple of House members have co-sponsored that. So I will suggest that you consider some of that language as well. It's the same topic. It doesn't include a schematic, but it does attempt to clarify 2 other vague issues. Not only, but it has to do with the electioneering corridor. Specifically, how far does it extend, and when does control of that corridor start? There's two bits of vague language. One is what is prior to. Is it, in fact, does it start now? We have a couple of elections coming up. So does the moderator control it now? I mean, it is prior to. So, or is it midnight the night before, or is it 1 minute before? And what defines attending your constitutionally protected free speech or your political communication? So in statute, we define political speech or communication. What I'm getting at is a sign, a yard sign. I know you've heard this discussion about holding a sign, or a totem, or a sign on a stick, or a sign printed on a tent. I could relate to you some of the evolving rules that we had when, I think I might have been the first in 1998 to purchase one of those Easy Up tents from Sam's Club and put it, and then we had a rule about whether you could or couldn't have tents, and then tents became fashionable. Then we had a tent lottery. We literally had a tent lottery, and that worked out fairly well. Then we got rid of the tent lottery. Then we had a drawing. But the most successful, I think our candidates will tell you, the most successful 4 elections were those where everybody knew where they had to be and when they could be there. That was just fair. You could plan. And it didn't change. But anyhow, back to the attending of signs. So you have a nice sign here. Thank you for putting that up. I was able to sit across the street and know exactly what bill you were on, so I really appreciate that. But I'll ask you, am I attending this sign right now? I'm not. Oh, so in the opinion of the chair, I'm currently not attending this sign because I'm not touching it. So now I'm attending it. That's interesting. So, but in the opinion of some moderators, I am absolutely attending this sign because I'm 6 feet away. But Representative Gosofsky would not be attending this sign because he's too far away. You get the idea. How far is too far? And that's the difference. In every case at the 6 polling places during my last election, I would absolutely be attending that sign. I did not have to be physically touching it. But I know of at least a half a dozen polling places from House and Senate colleagues where you have to be physically touching the sign or you have to lay it down and put it down. And that's the variance. So the other bill that I mentioned attempts to define attendance of a sign and the prior to those two bits of vagueness. Again, don't care what the outcome is, just care that it is defined and that it's communicated and equally enforced for all parties involved and keeps the field level. So those are the things that I had to say. A lot of other states have done this, by the way. I did do a little bit of research. Montana does it. Massachusetts does it. Let's see, Arizona, Indiana. They all have language similar to this. I'm not saying we should copycat. We do like to be different, but I think the most important thing is just designate a safe space for candidates and voters to interact equally and safely, and everybody knows the rules. And hopefully I'll see you again. And I'd love to take questions and talk to you about any of those things that I talked about if you want to know about tent lotteries. I will say our new moderator, Brian McCarthy, if you're listening, he did chalk mark. I'm glad it didn't rain that night, but we had some chalk marks the night before. That election was absolutely as smooth as it could have gone. Everybody knew when you could be there, where you could be there, exactly where you could park your car, place your tent, and it worked. So the diagrams were published too, where you could park. They were emailed out to everybody, but posted on the website would be even better because there is a challenge getting emails of a candidate, especially a new candidate, or a candidate's designee or representative. Sometimes those emails just went to the party chair, and there's often discussion about, did it make it then to the specific candidate on the ballot? So on a website or publicly available, I think would be even better. On the Secretary of State's website would be even better. I know that would be a big burden probably. So happy to take any questions on this subject.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last up is Sarah Burke Cohen.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Burke Cohen. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. The New Hampshire Municipal Association opposes this bill. It requires a schematic to be submitted well in advance of the election day. The NHMA sees this as problematic because it takes away the moderator's ability to adjust the area based on weather. Obviously, we can see how that could happen this year with all the snow out there, traffic patterns and other conditions on election day that could impact what the space looks like. It also requires the area to be marked physically, but it doesn't indicate in this bill when that should happen. Is that when the schematic is submitted? Is that on election day, before election day? Some of these polling places are schools, so it could be problematic if you're putting out chalk or if you're putting out wooden stakes to mark something off. It could be problematic if you do it well in advance to from election day. So in sum, this bill raises practical issues that will make implementation burdensome for municipalities, and we urge you to ITL this bill. I'm open to questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any more pink cards. There was no one on the blue sheet signed up that did not speak. And online, it was 3 support, 20 opposed, 1 neutral. With that, we will close the public hearing on House Bill 333 and open up the public hearing on House Bill 395. Recognize Representative Pam Brown for the purpose of introduction. Representative Brown, welcome to Election Law. Representative Brown, is that written testimony? Okay, can you put that on the desk? We don't distribute it because we get so much of it. We collect it at the end of the day, and it keeps everybody's desk clear. Thank you. All right. Welcome to Election Law.
Yeah, good afternoon. Ed Funding's downstairs working hard too, so lucky us. So thank you for hearing my testimony. I have served as a poll worker, and I've also done election challenging in Manchester. Election integrity is important for my constituents. I know your committee is addressing things like machinery and voter IDs and same-day registration. But the supervisor of the checklist, I think, need greater oversight, so I decided to draft a bill. The bill simply amends RSA 658:2 to give the inspectors of elections the power to observe all activities and documents handled by the supervisors of checklists in a town or ward. For those unaware, inspectors of elections are poll workers and observers who are appointed by our two major political parties for 2-year terms to assist with and monitor election activities. The supervisors of the checklist wield significant power over voter registration and election integrity. Their duties include maintaining current voter databases, meeting regularly for checklist maintenance, and attending elections, including school district elections and other meetings where checklists are used, such as deliberatives, verifying the entire checklist every 10 years, and sending notices by mail to the last known addresses of those to be removed, removing voter names after receiving change of address reports from the Postal Service, Department of Safety, or Secretary of State, removing voter names after receiving notices through the statewide database that a voter has registered in another state, removing voter names after receiving death notices from the clerk's office, approving new voters after examining documents confirming age, citizenship, and domicile, approving uniformed and overseas citizen absentee voting applications. You get the idea, issuing guidelines, and also, most importantly, promptly reporting to the Secretary of State and Attorney General any evidence of voter fraud when it arises, and later initiating removal of those persons from the checklist by sending notices. So to me, the supervisors of the checklist are where the rubber meets the road when it comes to election integrity. And my bill simply offers a few more sets of pairs of eyes as a check and a balance on their activities. To me, this is important because it's often a select board or a supervisor's board may be composed entirely of individuals belonging to one political party. And RSA 654 allows that, quote, all decisions of the supervisors of the checklist shall be made by a majority vote thereof. Rather than make the supervisors a partisan office, which I had considered initially, I decided giving inspectors of elections increased oversight seemed the easiest solution. I noticed RSA 669:7 states, no inspector of election shall at the same time serve as a supervisor of the checklist. The second change you're going to see is that my bill amends RSA 669:64. It authorizes the town moderator, rather than the remaining supervisors, quote unquote, to fill seats on the supervisor's board should they become vacant. And a final change was added requiring that an appointed supervisor come from the same political party if known, as the supervisor vacating a position. And I added this in to ensure that the political makeup of the supervisors previously elected by voters was not influenced or modified. I did notice RSA 669:62 states that a town moderator vacancy shall be filled by appointment made by the supervisors of the checklist. So a potential issue, because I did spend my week reading through the election laws in our RSAs. So a potential, and a fun week, yeah. A potential issue for this bill might appear to be that the checklist information handled by the supervisors includes public and non-public information. And RSA 654:31 describes the non-public checklist as the checklist bearing names of voters who by law are entitled to have their status as a voter kept non-public for reasons such as protective orders. And RSA 654:31 describes a right to know exemption, which states only public information is subject to right to know when it comes to voter information. All other information shall be treated as confidential information and exempt from public disclosure. However, I read further in this particular RSA, and it states election officials and law enforcement, in furtherance of their official duties, may access and may disclose information from the voter registration forms, affidavits, religious exemptions, and other information necessary to resolve a challenge to an individual registering to vote or voting, if necessary to investigate and prosecute election law violations. So there is a role for non-public information if you're an elected official. And that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Yeah, go ahead, Representative Ward.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I wonder if you'd indulge me and describe what you see going on Election Day as described in lines 19 through 21. How are these inspectors going to see the documents? And if there's 2 inspectors and there's 6 or 7 people signing up new registrants, how are they gonna stop and look at every document?
Well, the idea is that the inspectors of elections would attend meetings of the supervisors during the year when they're registering their new voters, looking at documentation to verify ID, domicile, and citizenship. So that would be something that they could do. They don't have to do that, but it's an option that that would be available to them. And they also do work on Election Day. The inspectors are, 2 of them at least, are poll workers. Others can be appointed as well, but at least 2 become poll workers.
What do you mean by poll worker?
Inspectors of elections are appointed by political parties, and 2 are appointed to each polling place. 2 of them become regular poll workers. They're sworn in, and they do regular poll work.
Like hand out?
Hand out ballots, yes.
Further questions? Representative Newsom?
Thank you. The amendment in line, the part in 27 and 28 that says if a town elects supervisors by means of partisan ballot, it would be, so you're removing that part? So isn't that making what would be a nonpartisan position into a partisan appointment when the towns have already made the conscious decision not to have partisan supervisors?
I think that the way I've drafted this, it would include either partisan or nonpartisan towns elections for this position, for the supervisor's position.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. But in a town that has nonpartisan, why would then all of a sudden it would have to be a partisan replacement?
That's a good question. I was just trying to maintain the political makeup of the supervisors static and unchanging. But I'd be happy to, it's your bill now, but I'd be happy to entertain an amendment to strike that section. I was just trying to allow for a supervisor who's been elected, say as a Republican, and there are 2 Democrats, to continue to have a particular supervisor appointed who is from the same political party as the person who's being replaced. But that was just something I thought about adding. It's not something it's not a hill I would die on.
Further questions? My only question is, and I'm glad you brought it up in your testimony, which is these protected names on the checklist. You mentioned RSA 654-31. 25 has the same language in it. The name and address of voter shall not appear on the checklist at the request of a voter if a voter presents supervisor the checklist with a valid protective order. Do you not see an issue with people who've never been through the scrutiny of an election having access to this non-public list about protective orders?
Well, I'm thinking the inspectors would be there not actively voting or taking part in the activities of the supervisors, but just being observers.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I only have one other card. Sarah Brooke Cohen from the New Hampshire Municipal Association. Representative Gostkowski, if you grab me that blue sheet.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Burke Cohen. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. The New Hampshire Municipal Association opposes this bill. I think the committee has brought up a number of the issues that we see with it. The inspectors, as stated in this bill, would be allowed access to personally identifiable information of voters, and they are not authorized people to be doing that, including 173B, which is on the non-public 173B restraining order, indications that are on the non-public list. With regard to the appointment of the supervisors of the checklist, my understanding is Portsmouth is the only partisan electing city in the state and town. So the language the new language in 669-64, to go on what Representative Newsom, would be problematic, given that you would be essentially making a partisan position from a nonpartisan position in municipalities that have elected to stay nonpartisan. In addition, it's not a regular activity for the moderator to be appointing people to positions. I believe the only position that's appointed by a moderator, if it's vacant, is on a municipal budget committee. Having talked to some of the supervisors of the checklist, their thought process is the moderator doesn't often have an true understanding of what the supervisors of the checklists have to do, and that is why it is in the hands of the others on the supervisors of the checklist board to fill that vacancy. With that said, as I said, NHMA opposes this bill and would like you to ITL it. Questions?
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Gilmore?
Has the municipal association ever had any interaction with term here, inspectors of election? I mean, I've been a moderator or a supervisor checklist 20 years, and I've never come across them before, so this is a new thing to me.
You've never had an inspector at your poll?
I've had the AG's office show up.
Okay.
I mean, that's normal.
I don't actually work a polling site, but my understanding is with what the appointment and authority that is in this bill would allow inspectors to be appointed by their political party and have access to voter information, right? They are. I'm just saying that's what
that's what I see too,
Yeah.
and I've just never experienced that. I mean, I do have the AG show up for 5 minutes, and but that's that's just part of the routine. That's not.
Our understanding is inspectors are allowed to and do go to polling sites.
Well,
Maybe not yours.
who knows? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other cards. There was 0 people on the blue sheet. There was 2 in support, no against. And online, there was 4 in support, 58 against, 1 neutral. With that, I will close the public hearing for House Bill 395 and open the public hearing for House Bill 409. 409 was withdrawn by the sponsor. The sponsor was a Democrat. So for the first time today, Representative Gilmore, can you go and introduce House Bill 409 by title only and take no questions for this withdrawn bill? Because that's what I do. If it's a Republican prime sponsored bill, a Republican goes. If it's a Democrat goes. I'm fair. I'm fair. For what I'm hoping is the world's shortest public hearing on a withdrawn bill.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have the honor of introducing House Bill 409 relative to fee structures for election recounts. And proceed. And no, I don't need to take any questions.
Thank you. That's awesome. I was worried for a second, like you were going to consider it. Like, oh, what have I done? Representative Gilmore, just so you know, just that you're Representative Gilmore and you represent Dover, right? All right, good. Okay. I have no pink cards for 409. Would anyone else like to speak on House Bill 409? Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing on House Bill 409. There online, there was 4 in support, 5 opposed, 2 neutral. Representative Guskowski, is that blue sheet blank? And there was one against the withdrawn bill on the blue sheet. With that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 409. The committee will stand in recess until 3:10 for the introduction of House Bill 521. Can't count. Okay. Okay. All right. We did 409. Great hearing. All right. Going to open up the public hearing for House Bill 521, authorizing online voter registration. Representative Page, yes, there you are. Say, I knew it's your bill. Did you fill out a card for us yet, Representative? Awesome. No problem. We don't have too many cards for this. I would have thought there would have been more. I gave this one extra time, I think, didn't I? No, I scheduled it before the end. All right. Representative Page, welcome back to election law. You were here. You were our very first bill, actually.
Oh, thank you. And not your last. So thank you. I guess I get points for showing up. This is for the record, I'm Mark Page. I represent the town of Exeter, Rockingham 11. And this bill is a bill that would create online voter registration. Pretty straightforward. I think we heard a lot of feedback from the last election about length of lines. I heard from a number of folks too who were new to my town, but not new to New Hampshire, about registering to vote and repeating that process. This bill would address that as well. So not only would it expedite the process for registering to vote, but it would expedite the process for folks who move within New Hampshire from a ward or from a different neighboring town, which happens quite frequently. This would, if we were to pass this, we would be the 43rd state to do it. So it's been modeled and done with some success. New Hampshire, rightfully, can take their time to make sure we don't make any mistakes that other states have done. But I think now at this point, with 42 states having success, we can perhaps take some lessons from that. The system would in essence, be only available for folks with New Hampshire IDs, and it would allow the registrations to process only if the verification through the DMV of age, citizenship, all the requirements for registering to vote. The bill does not make any changes to the requirements of registering to vote. In fact, it's a bit dynamic because the language in it would just, whatever the requirements are, would continue along. Just the registration system allows for an online option. Election officials still at the local level, supervisors of the checklist still would have to be at the core of the process, because they would be, the applications would be submitted to them, and for their determination of putting them on the rolls. In addition, signature would be required for the first vote. When a person first shows up to vote for the first time, they would be required to present their signature, and as well to request an absentee ballot. They would have to do that as well. So that's in essence what it is. There are folks behind me that can probably speak to more of the technical aspects of the bill. I think it helps capture some efficiencies. A lot of this information exists over at the DMV. My understanding is the Secretary of State's office is in the midst of creating RFPs or redeveloping their voter registration database. This would kind of work in concert with that. So this is potential to capture efficiencies that way. Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay. Are there questions from the committee? Oh, all right. Fire. We've got a couple people. Who wants to go first? All right, Representative Wood.
Thank you for taking my question. Is this going to be used in conjunction with other databases in the town, in the state? You mentioned the DMV.
Well, the information from the DMV would be used as verified through that in conjunction with the state Secretary of State's voter registration database. So the information, and other folks can speak more to the technical side of things, but that would be the first step at the DMV, where they're personally, checking your information and logging it in their database. But if that was inconsistent with the requirements of the election law, then that would not proceed. The registration wouldn't proceed, but it would be transmitted through sharing that information with this to the Secretary of State's office. Yeah.
Follow.
Thank you. you mentioned signature. Does the signature have to be done in person? How's the signature going to be collected? They need to provide a signature. So if we go online, get this going, you still have to go in and sign?
So your first electronic signature would start the process going.
Electronic.
And then your signature before you would vote first, you still have to present with a signature for your first ballot.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
I guess I have a question about, we've got before us numerous bills about citizenship requirements. To my knowledge, there's nothing in New Hampshire or even at the federal level that would allow you to verify citizenship through a database. Is that your understanding as well?
That there's nothing, I believe so, yes.
So what would someone do here to prove citizenship under this?
So I think through the DMV process, if you were going through a real ID process, the documents that you could present would be a birth certificate, things that would speak to citizenship, and that would be on file with the DMV, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
Follow up.
Yeah, I'll save it for the folks behind.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Julian. I'm having trouble reading it. I apologize. I'm having trouble reading your last name. Julianne. Press that silver button.
Thank you, Chairman Barry and members of the House Election Law Committee. My name is Julianne Gadori. I am a busy working parent of 2 teenagers, and I live in Concord. I serve as the executive director of 603 Forward and the Forward Foundation, which are 2 nonpartisan organizations dedicated to educating, activating, and empowering people in New Hampshire under age 50 to be civically engaged. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 521, which would establish an online voter registration system in New Hampshire. This legislation is common sense. It would modernize our elections, save taxpayer money, make voter registration more accessible, and increase efficiency. This bill reflects the reality of the lives of busy Granite Staters. I myself am a busy working parent. I've moved numerous times to different towns in New Hampshire. I've owned homes in Bristol and Concord. When I got married, I changed my last name. I've often had a commute to both bring my kids to school and to work, and I work during regular business hours. And during all of those times, I had to take time off of work to go to the town clerk to update my voter registration. Imagine all of the people in New Hampshire who don't have the ability and the time to take off work and might just give up and not vote. It would have been a lot easier if I could have just updated my registration online. And this online voter registration has been proven to be more secure and less costly in 42 states across the country. Currently, when someone goes to their town clerk to register or update their registration, the election officials have to manually type voter registrations and updates into the online system. If this were a business, we would say no in a heartbeat and modernize the process. Online voter registration has been proven to be more secure, reduce time, be more cost effective, and allow busy people with all kinds of things in their lives going on to still update their registrations and vote. For many working age, young Granite Staters with irregular schedules, limited transportation, disabilities, or just making that extra trip during lunch hour or at the end of their working day can be a significant barrier to registration. By allowing voters to safely and easily access this online registration portal, House Bill 521 would encourage more people to register before Election Day, reducing the long lines of over 2 hours we saw in some places this past election, reduce confusion at the polls, and reduce the need for affidavits. New Hampshire is only one of 8 states that has not yet implemented online voter registration. This would ensure that we're keeping pace with modern election processes while maintaining integrity and local control. Voters would verify their identity using driver's license or non-driver's ID, as we just heard, which still adds the layer of security to registration process, and this still allows for the identification things that need to be proved. It doesn't change that. All online registrations would still need to be reviewed by the local election official before being added to the checklist. This legislation is not just good for voters, it also benefits our election officials. Entering registration information online reduces manual data entry errors and saves time for election workers who currently must process paper forms by hand. Research has shown that online voter registration is also significantly more cost effective than paper registration, saving taxpayer dollars. Currently, we can pay our bills online, we can register our vehicles, we can bank, we can apply for, update our driver's license. It's time that we allow voters to update their registration, and House Bill 521 would bring us into this modern era. I encourage you to please vote ought to pass on 521.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Liz Tantarelli. On deck will be Kaylee Estradio. And then after that, Mackenzie Taylor. I don't have any other cards.
For the record, my name is Liz Tantarelli. I'm testifying today on behalf of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire, who support this bill as one step in necessary modernization of our election system. I do want to emphasize that this still leaves the supervisors of the checklist in charge of the registration. They will see the material that's been submitted online. They can check it against state sources and local sources. So any attempt to try to trick those supervisors of the checklist would likely be thwarted. And the previous speaker hit some of my other points, except for the handwriting issue. When people fill out a handwritten voter registration, often their handwriting looks like my grandson's handwriting. He's a grown-up, but his handwriting is terrible. And when things are done online, which he does very well, it's much more likely to be accurate. So that's all I have to add to the testimony that was already given. Thank you for the opportunity. If there are questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Further questions? Are there questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Kaylee Estradio.
Thank you, Chairman Berry and members of the House Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Kaylee Estradio. I'm a Durham voter and public policy fellow with Open Democracy, and I'm testifying today in support of HB 521. Members of the Special Committee on Voter Confidence in 2022 spent 37 hours listening to election workers and other vital stakeholders as they shared what they felt would create higher levels of confidence in our elections. Many felt that just a simple modernization in the form of creating an online voter registration portal would help create more secure and accessible voting. One of the worst things on Election Day is when someone says they are registered to vote, that they have voted at this polling location before, but they are not on the checklist. You check with the supervisor, who then locates their voter registration paperwork, only to find that the individual is on the checklist, but their name is spelled incorrectly. The second letter of their last name is spelled with an O instead of an A or any sort of combination. The voter was incorrectly entered into the database because the supervisor of the checklist couldn't read their handwriting, and who can blame them? Establishing an online voter registration portal has the potential to save New Hampshire millions of dollars each election by replacing costly paper-based registration forms. Even without the cost of postage and printing, research shows that that processing a paper voter registration application costs approximately $4.72 in staff time. If the Senate is able to save local taxpayers money, this is just a win-win. Online voter portal systems are also affordable to set up. One idea to strengthen this bill will be to clarify the election procedure manual for allowing a voter to sign the form with a digital signature. If we can sign highly important and confidential bank documents with digital signatures, we should be able to do the same when it comes to voting. I recommend removing the reference to wet signatures from the election law procedure manual. Please side with the voters by assisting in the inevitable modernization of New Hampshire's voter registration system by voting ought to pass on HB 521. Thank you, and I'll take questions if there are any.
Are there questions? Can you send us that $4.21 statistic?
Yes, I can.
Because those things are always very interesting to me.
Yeah.
Last up is Mackenzie Taylor.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mackenzie Taylor, and I'm with New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights and America Votes. And I'm here today in support of House Bill 521. This is a more secure way to allow voters to register or update their registration ahead of Election Day while still keeping the security and checks of the election officials in our process. I was one of the voters who waited about 45 minutes in line just to update my registration, update my name on Election Day. The person next to me thought he was registered, had to wait in line and then wait in line to register. And this is a way to, for some voters that meet the qualifications, be able to register ahead of Election Day, reduce those lines and reduce the number of folks who have to start and complete the whole process on Election Day, especially during these busy elections, or when they don't vote for 2 years and their registration is inaccurate for that amount of time. Wanted to talk a little bit through, because I think there's just some clarification with how this bill is more specific this year than it's been in the past, how this would work. So this system would only be for voters who have either New Hampshire license or a New Hampshire non-voter ID. In other states, people actually start this process by putting in their license or ID number, so it connects directly to their profile and make sure that they are the person they say they are. Then, if the person it would verify that their address on their license or with the DMV is the same as the address they're trying to register with. It would then be required, and would work for some people and not for some people, they would still have to register in person. Because of the requirements of proving citizenship, it would then pull and see if in those state databases there was proof of citizenship. So for example, when I got my real ID, I brought in my passport, therefore with the DMV, my proof of citizenship is on file. If it could do that, it would pull your signature from your license, you would be registered, but need to fill out your signature in person at some point before you cast that ballot. If either you didn't have a license, if you were registering a new license or a new address, but that address was not on your license, if you didn't have proof of citizenship on file with the DMV for some reason, you would get an email, it says in this, in the bill, that says, we weren't able to process your online voter registration. Here are the other ways you can register. So go to your clerk's office, register on Election Day. That way, this does not necessarily apply for everyone. We know that not everyone has a New Hampshire license. Not everyone has used their proof of citizenship to get that, but it is one more way to be able to have more folks register ahead of time, which is an important part of the process to be able to cut back on those really long lines that we're seeing because so many people are participating, and to still be able to make sure ahead of time people are also, meeting all of those criteria, and probably in an easier way. If they showed their passport once when they got their license, then they have it on file and they don't necessarily need to bring 3 or 4 documents with them in person, and to be able to have those either registrations started or again updated. Like if you're updating your name, it's connected to your license ahead of time through this system. So I am happy to answer any questions, especially about the time or kind of the process there or anything else.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So previously on another bill, Secretary of State indicated that they have access in the archives to anyone who is born in New Hampshire. So that would prove citizenship. So does this bill, would that, and I know it talks about DMV, and I haven't read it word for as carefully maybe as I should have, but would that enable whoever, the supervisor, whoever, to get into those records? Because anyone, and I think he said it was about a third of New Hampshire's voters, so about a third of the voters would at least be able to get past the citizenship proof issue. Wouldn't help the rest of us who weren't born here, but so is that your understanding, or have you talked about that, or is that something that might be feasible?
Thanks for that question. I had not necessarily heard exactly that they had access to that. In the bill as it's written right now, it says if they can be verified by the records of the Department of State or Division of Motor Vehicles. But if that added in also the state database for birth certificates or who was born there, that might allow folks who have a license but didn't bring their birth certificate because they brought their social security card or something else to verify that way as well.
All right.
It seems like it's possible.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other pink cards. On the blue sheet, there was 3 in support, no opposed that signed up and didn't speak. And online, it's actually probably the most hotly contested bill. Support 456, opposed 237, 0 neutral. With that, we will close the public hearing for House Bill 521, and we will start our last public hearing 2 minutes behind schedule with 16 bills. And I'm going to have Representative Toner introduce it. Representative Toner, can you please introduce 220 for us? Which I only have 1 pink card on 220, so. Just say that they should just let me schedule all the bills just for the whole, for all the houses.
I'm Representative Toner. I'm from Belknap 4, which represents Belmont. I'd like to introduce House Bill 220 FN, and I will not take any questions.
Excellent. I only have 1 pink card. Kaylee Estradio. You get to close us out. So
Oh my God, it's a lot of pressure.
shoot some fireworks or something. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Barry and members of the House Election Law Committee. For the record, again, my name is Kaylee Estradio. I'm a Durham voter and public policy fellow with Open Democracy, and I am testifying today in opposition to HB 220. In a state where independent voters make up nearly 40% of the electorate, passing HB 220 would blatantly disenfranchise countless undeclared Granite Staters who take great pride in voting, despite not being as radical as their partisan counterparts. Additionally, New Hampshire taxpayers currently subsidize political party candidate selection for the 2 major parties. Restricting undeclared voters from primaries would only work to further ostracize and penalize these voters, who themselves are the ones funding the elections. Primaries are also often the most consequential elections. This meant that in 2022, because 85% of congressional districts in closed primary states were considered safe, most independent voters were effectively left without any real voice at the ballot box during the general election. According to the Unite America Institute, 48% of independents say they truly do not lean towards one party over another, 26% were previously Democrats, and 27% were previously Republicans. The levels of malicious crossover voting are also not significant enough to warrant silencing such a massive portion of constituents, as Chairman Barry duly noted last Tuesday when discussing HB 172, which would have restricted undeclared voters from same-day voting in presidential or state primaries. Even the most concerted efforts of bad faith actors on the left during last year's presidential primaries resulted in little impact on the Republican nominee. Ejecting all undeclared voters from the primary would essentially be forfeiting 80% of votes cast in good faith to go after the 20% that could be considered to have been cast in bad faith. For these reasons, I urge you to vote HB 220 inexpedient to legislate and ensure New Hampshire continues to provide representations to all of its voters. Thank you, and I'll take questions if there are any.
Are there any questions from the committee? Hearing none, thank you. We did have a late entry, Tiani Coleman.
Thank you. I'm also speaking in opposition to HB 220 FN. I think the previous speaker covered it pretty well. I just wanted to point out also that parties actually usually want to have independent voters vote. It actually helps them. It helps them keep their power, to be quite honest with you. So if you decide to close these primaries, whether I've said previously in other testimony that it's actually unconstitutional for the state to close the primaries against the party's wishes. If the parties want you to close them, then at the moment it's allowed. But you would be waking up a sleeping giant, because independent voters outnumber the Republicans and the Democrats in the state. And they're kind of sleeping right now because they feel like they get to participate in the process. But if they're cut out of a process that's being sponsored and funded by the state, and they don't get a say, even though it's the preliminary step in a general election, which are public elections, I can bet you that you're going to have a big movement of independent voters. So we'll see what happens. I hope you oppose this bill, because we do want to have a say. And if somehow this bill passes, well, we'll get busy. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, will you be taking questions?
Yes, if you have any.
Are there questions? Representative Gilmore.
Don't you think this might impact New Hampshire's presidential primary if we were to keep independents from voting in it?
Yes, a big part of the New Hampshire presidential primary is that everyone's interested in what the independent voters are going to do. And it's one of the big parts of this being a good place for the First of the Nation primary, because it's one of the states with the highest number of independent voters, and we're known as being a very independent state. So if the independent voters don't have a say, we're not going to have any voice as being such a small state as we are.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have anyone else other than the pink cards. On the blue sheet was 0 in support, 4 against, and online was pretty lopsided. 11 in support, 340 opposed, 0 neutral. With that, we'll close the public hearing. House Bill 220. That concludes our public hearings for the day. I do need reports from last week. I don't think I saw them come through from anyone. Just to be fair, it's not that's not a condemnation of either side. Like, I didn't see any of them come through. Yeah, but I do need them tonight from the ones from last week, so that I can put them on, or try to put them on the calendar for next Thursday. I'm going to make the deadline. So anyway, so if you owe reports, please do that. Otherwise, I will author them. And who knows? Maybe I do a good job. Maybe I don't. Who knows?
So could I?
Yeah,
Just a point of order. Many of 4 of these bills that we heard today are ones that we don't often hear
Yes.
about. So
Keep talking to the mic just a little more.
is
Thanks.
there a way, and our poor researcher in the back there, but that we could get more information, whether it's research or more information about, because I'm just not familiar enough with these processes to make an intelligent decision.
I mean, if you have a specific question, I'm happy to. I haven't denied
Okay.
anything to the researcher yet from a request from a member. So if you have a specific
Okay.
question, I guess I don't know what to ask of
Well,
the researcher.
I'm stumbling because I can't either.
Yeah, but
okay.
if you have something, send it to me. I haven't denied anything. I think I actually made my first request of the researcher today. My first. So if you have anything, I haven't turned anything down. I reserve the right to turn something down if it's unreasonable. But I haven't seen anything that's
Okay.
yet been requested that I think even approached something that was unreasonable.
Okay.
So I guess is that the best way to answer the
That's good.
question? Okay.
I'll try and articulate it better next time.
Yeah, sort of. And no one took my vote for the ranked choice voting, but and I demand, I'm excited. I want you to see what regular ballots in New Hampshire look like. So good luck. Good luck. Go for it. So we will be meeting next Tuesday. There will be votes next Tuesday. I think we have like 7 hearings left. The committee assistant is getting me the list just so that her and I are on the same page. But I'm thinking that going forward, our committee days will look more like regular committees do, and not the go. So with that, I'll see you next Tuesday. I won't see you on Thursday. And yeah, all right, I'll see you guys later.